In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hey, yo. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. No allergy attack that... Uh-oh. This isn't good. Guys, I fucked up. I opened two... There we go. Are we back? There we go. I opened two OBSs this morning. And whoopsie daisy, I took the second one. So the other one was using the camera. We're back. I didn't even need to explain it that much. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt in what turns out to be a very, what is it? Divisive. A divisive Gordon Lightfoot shirt. I brought this shirt to the lake. I showed everybody my new Gordon Lightfoot shirt. I was very excited about it. Slam Piece got me this Gordon Lightfoot shirt on account of I love Gordon Lightfoot. I love Gordon Lightfoot and Post Malone. Go figure. But she got me this shirt, and I was very proud of it. And people either thought, hey, obscure find, cool. Or there was animosity. People actually hated my Gordon Lightfoot shirt. A Gordon Lightfoot shirt is like steel toe. It's not to be hated. It's either, hey, that's really fucking cool and different, or it's not for me. But then, why am I the most talked about guy there is? I've said it before and I'll say it again. I must be really fucking good at my job. I'll tell you what it is. When you tell it like it is and you tell people what it is and you don't compromise and you don't back down, people either love you or hate you. There's usually not an in-between. And I have been out there fucking slinging truth for about, month and a half, 2 months now. And there's a lot of people who just can't fucking take it. What do you want from me? I believe, what's the message? An old CM Punk quote, the genuine article in a business full of counterfeit bucks. I got it. I'll tell you this. I've learned this lesson. No more internet friends. It's not fucking 1999 America Online, ASL. How you doing? You surround yourself with the real people, other genuine articles, you do all right. Yesterday, I took the day off because the weather was fucking great. It was a planned day, or not day off, night off. And went to the lake, got to test out the battery and the trolling motor for the picnic table boat. It went great, had the neighbors out. Rained at the beginning. But the sun came back out. It was a lot of fun. One lesson I did learn. Do not bring babies on picnic table boats. They don't do well. Not my baby. I don't have a baby. I have a baby. I don't have the tiny babies. But just a fun day. Came home. Dropped the kids off. Came home. Exhausted. Slam Piece came over. We watched Tires. We watched Inventing Anna. And we took the dog for a walk. It was the most complete day. I didn't have to worry about streaming services. I didn't have to worry about not having a gig. I didn't have to worry about knives in my back. I didn't have to worry about other people getting fucking crucified for their dishonest maneuvers. It's fucking nice. And then tonight is boxing. Today I get to go see the guys from All Care. I don't know. We're going to have a pretty chill day today. I still don't know what this is. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know if it's all the time I've been spending outside. I don't need to know if I need to find different allergy medication. I'm not really sure what it is. But this just won't come back. Like when I'm just out normally, and I can talk a little lower, and you can be a little more boring or whatever. My voice is fine. But when I broadcast, when I go to talk to you guys, and it's a little more excitable, that note isn't there for some reason. So where are we at today? Let's do some rapping. Let's get the rapping out of here at the beginning, and then we got a lot of stories to get to today. I got another Joy Reid meltdown, which just makes me so happy. The morning show audience from yesterday really kicked it in the ass for you guys. It's 3:05 today, and 3:05, I mean, that's pretty doable for this program. I'll tell you that. Then we've got Trump keeps making Hannibal Lecter comparisons, which I have to admit is fucking weird. We got a guy named Matthew Pancake being a drunken mess on body cam. It's fantastic. You've got, accusations that the NFL has been fixing games for Taylor Swift for ratings. The allegation was made on Alex Stein's show that perhaps the NFL's been, manipulating things a little bit so they can get a little Taylor Swift bump. Possible. And then also, I think did Alex have Gavin on yesterday talking about the compound negotiations? That's interesting. I was texting with Kevin Brennan yesterday. And by the way, I've learned my lesson. Kevin Brennan, not a friend, internet work acquaintance. Kevin was... I'm not going to sit here and go, Kevin Brennan is like supportive. And Kevin Brennan loves the drama and everything else. But he just made some really good points about the bullshit that's been going on the last couple of days. And it's kind of some shit I've been saying. And I've been getting more and more people in, like, let's just say the Kevin Brennan sphere who have been I'm not going to say like on my side or my friend or this or that, because internet people can turn on. It's pro wrestling. They'll hit you with a chair right in the back. I've got chair marks from the most recent one on my back. But Kevin just said some shit that a lot of other people have been saying, and it just felt really good to see that people are seeing through all the horse shit and people know what's really up, and I just really appreciate that. And Kevin, actually, throughout this whole thing, I do have to say publicly, Kevin Brennan has always been a very cool guy. Like Kevin Brennan, you watch Misery Loves Company, and you see a Kevin Brennan. Kevin Brennan, while professional, is a decent guy. Not like, it's not like he's like a counselor or a friend or anything like that, but he's just very professional. He's just, I've never had a problem dealing with the guy. Ever. Some people have had problems dealing with the guy, but then again, I'm finding that those people have had a lot of problems with a lot of people. Nothing you can do. I will say I have too many messages to read. I wanted to do a segment today where I read people's messages on, this Keanu thing and everything else. But there's too many of them, and you guys have been fucking great. I got a message from the Aristococks yesterday. They've been fantastic. Messages from some people I won't say. I don't know. I didn't ask them. But some people who have had bad experiences as well. And it's, it's been amazing. And then somebody in our chat today said that Keanu doesn't have a single positive comment on her anti-steel toe screed. And look, I was talking to my ex-wife yesterday, and she said something very kind. First of all, she also said, she goes, the stories you were getting about a certain someone yesterday and how they manipulated previous people they've been with and everything else. She said, she told me that the last one before you was bad and mean and abusive and a monster and blah, blah. Like she said, it was the same words. It was the same thing. And I'm like, okay, good. At least there's people out there who know I'm not fucking crazy. I saw what I saw. I heard what I heard. I know what I know. And then to be deceived and set up and fucking psychologically abused like that, and then to have that same human being do it to two people who told you they were your friends, and then watching those people bite. It's frustrating, but it was also nice to hear her say, she goes, and I've noticed a change in you. She said, Al-Anon, therapy, all that stuff, it's been working, because the old you would have gone fucking nuclear over this. She said the old you would have just smashed everybody and just rah, 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 and just gotten angry and hostile and everything else. And I said, you know what? I don't like betrayal. I don't like dishonesty. I don't, I just love that quote. Tell me when I'm telling lies. And the genuine article in a business full of counterfeit bucks. I'm just walking around telling it like it is. And if that rubs some people the wrong way, then maybe it fucking should. But when I get messages upon messages upon messages from some people who love me, some people who hate me, some people who have been largely indifferent towards me, and their response is, I know you're telling the truth. I got your back. What's happening to you is fucking disgusting. I just have to say I really appreciate it. And it makes the high road that much easier to take. Because I haven't even had the impulse to bury anyone over this. Haven't even had the impulse. It feels so good. I just went to the lake yesterday. I took my kids out on the boat. We had a great fucking time. There was an OG listener who sent me something yesterday. They said, treat this like your job. He goes, I don't think about work after I leave work. I go to work, I do my job, I clock out, I go home. And I've been doing that this week. And I have to tell you, it feels, I don't think I've ever been a happier person. Honestly, this is kind of sad to say. At 37 years old, I don't think I've ever had my shit together more. And I guess in a way, I have Gino and Keanu to thank for that. Because it was a real eye-opener. A real eye-opener. I hear that she went off again yesterday, but I hear she got a super chat comparing Anthony's situation to mine, and it shut her up pretty quick. I mean, it has to. It upset Anthony, and I'm sorry it upset Anthony, and Anthony is my, second to Stern, my radio fucking, probably Stern, Tom Bernard, Anthony Cumia. Stylistically, my biggest influence is probably Anthony. But he got really pissy about me making the comparison. It was not meant in malice. It was an honest comparison. Again, genuine article. I'm going to tell it like it is. It was a direct apples to apples compare. Actually, not even apples to apples. Mine was not true in any way, shape, or form, but it was a private. Actually, it wasn't even an allegation. It wasn't even the person making that allegation. It was spun that way by someone else. But either way, it wasn't true. It was all part of, honestly, part of a pattern we've seen now. Other people have suffered the same thing that I have. But he actually went to court. Like, he pled guilty to a charge. He admitted to, and look, do I think you can be in a relationship where it's fucking toxic and things can go wrong and people can get frustrated and mistakes can be made? Absolutely. Absolutely, I see that. And do I think that Anthony should be condemned forever for it? No, he should be forgiven. People fuck up. People make mistakes. But that's infinitely worse than anything. Like, I didn't even do anything. I'm accused of something. No, I'm not even accused of anything. It was a fucking 2-year-old thing in a fucking document from a different party that I didn't fucking do. It never fucking happened. and I get treated, I get put on the fucking pay no mind list. I mean, yeah, that's where the knife in the back comes from. It's hypocrisy. It's dishonesty. Genuine article, counterfeit bucks. It's frustrating because you expect the same respect you give. And when you don't get it, it feels like betrayal. Probably because it is betrayal. But it makes me feel better to just look at my audience and look at the world and go, it hurt me. It hurts. It bothered me. It made me feel dirty for trusting people. Rather than sit here and be phony and yell and scream and be a pro wrestler and I'm going to get, we're going to, just going to high road it and be honest. Made me feel bad. It made me feel betrayed. It hurt my feelings. But I've got way too many people in my corner and way too many good things going on. I mean, how long has it been since business has been so good that in the summertime it's been nice out and I can go, I'm gonna take a break. I love that. I'm going to go have a day with my kids out at the lake. I love that. Nothing can beat that. Let's go to the audience a little bit. So, yeah, I heard she was going off again yesterday, but I didn't hear much about it. Like, it fizzled. It's all fizzled out pretty quick. And, I hope it was worth it. I hope it was worth it. People were sending me photos like, oh, April made Instagram posts and she looks like this. I go, I hope she looks very good. I hope she looks very healthy. She's a pretty girl. I hope she looks healthy. I hope she's away from the toxic situations that got her arrested and everything else. I hope she's away from the toxic substances that fucking really, made a serious change. And honest to God, I hope everybody's getting help. So we'll continue there. I will continue to tell it like it is, but I'll also mix that in with the high road. Nobody needs to be buried. I also saw that Ethan Ralph wanted to kind of get in on the steel toe stuff. I thought that was kind of cute and funny because, Ethan Ralph, I'll say this about him. He's a pro wrestler. I don't think Ethan Ralph has a genuine bone in his body. I know he did a stream a while ago. Well, he's done multiple streams where he was like, obviously on some sort of substance. He was having one of those kind of streams. And, he sees what's good for business, and he sees that you got to hitch your wagons to somebody bigger than you, somebody more talked about than you to get attention. And he decided to crack whip with me. And he's like, since your anniversary show is falling apart, and I'm like, it's not really falling apart. I get to pick new people. The two people I have my eyes on, by the way, Corey Adam, Adrian Washington. And I'm getting at least one of them. I did, by the way, I did send a message to Devin, who was in our chat and sent us some PayPal stuff yesterday. I did send him an apology. I did say that, I listened to someone about you, and I'm hearing from a lot of people that that's not the case. And that person went on the air and said a lot of horrible things, and I backed him up. There were horrible things said about this guy on the air, and I backed him up because that's what I was told. And I'm finding out different. So I did apologize to him. I was a man. I apologized to Devin, and I sent Adrian an apology text yesterday. I'm like, you were accused of some things that I'm starting to believe now never happened. I mean, this is kind of becoming a trend. I'm being told these accusations are levied against these guys. And then you garner a whole bunch of sympathy from these accusations, and it feeds like a dopamine rush. But then it turns out you investigate, you look into it, it probably didn't happen. Like the stuff that was accused about Adrian was fucking wild, and I bought it, and it drove a wedge between Adrian and I. Same way I had a wedge driven between me and my family, myself and some friends, my own parents, and now friends. Like so I recognized the pattern. I was like, look, if you're going to high road this shit, you got to do some uncomfortable stuff. So I did text Adrian Washington yesterday. I said, I owe you a serious apology. And I'm going to take that cease and desist we got from him down, because I'm starting to learn that cease and desist was completely earned. Some really fucked up, foul, incorrect shit was being said. and I was co-signing it. So I apologize publicly. I apologize. If you're going to make the slander public, you should make the apology public. I apologize to Adrian Washington. And if anyone can get him a clip of this, please do. I apologize to Adrian Washington. He was lied about on these airwaves. He's a better guy than that. He deserves better. And I'm sorry that I let it happen. It's my show. It's my responsibility. I let it happen and I backed it up. And I apologize for that. But otherwise, yeah. I mean, so anyway, the Ethan Ralph thing. So he sees Steel Toe's been blowing up for some time. And I'm sure Ethan Ralph, like a lot of people, I've been hearing about my 15 minutes for 2 months. It's kind of crazy, right? 15 minutes, I guess, in internet time is 2, 3, 4 months. I don't know what 15 minutes is. The fact is, it's not a 15 minutes. We got a nice audience bump. We're going to keep our audience bump because people get exposed to our show, and it's a fun hang for 4 hours in the morning. But Ethan Ralph decided to chime in and say that he wants to come do our anniversary show and that he wants to box me. Another guy who wants to box me. I love boxing. I'll always box if people want to box. August 24th, I think John DiCaprio should come here, and we should do our boxing match. I'll wait for John to respond on that. But as far as Ethan goes, he says, pay me, what was it? Pay me $1,500 and I'll come up and do your anniversary show. I'm going to kind of treat this the way that Gavin McInnes treats the contract thing. If it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. If I pay Ethan Ralph $1,500, first of all, most of my audience right now is saying who. Second of all, I don't get that $1,500 back. Like, and I'm not saying this to be insulting. I'm saying this because I know my audience and I know what I do. Like, Ethan Ralph is not a draw in Steel Toe world. People don't know who Ethan Ralph is in Steel Toe world. So I don't need him to perform at the anniversary show because he'll probably just come and get fucked up and embarrass himself. And I don't want to be responsible for like videos on the internet of some guy being fucked up and embarrassing himself. I don't do that. So he can save himself the embarrassment. But if, I've always said if people want to box, I love getting in the ring. I'll take him in the ring. We'll have some fun. If he needs to get paid, I would go in there and just spar and work with him and move around with him and go at his pace. I would have no problem with that. If he wants to do some kind of like spar fight kind of thing and he needs money, I'll make him this offer. And the clipping channels need to get this because I'm going to be done with work and I'm going to go. But I would say if he wants to come out and spar with me or box with me or whatever, and he needs money, I'll give him $1,000 for every minute he stays on his feet. That's a good deal, right? There's a lot of people who take that. I mean, I'm not Mike Tyson. I'm not fucking Alexander Usyk. I'm not Deontay Wilder over here. A little Ryan Garcia once in a while. But yeah, if he flies himself out, I'll give him, and he needs some money for it, and he wants to be part of it. He wants some Steel Toe rub. He wants some Steel Toe shine. I'll give him some. We'll film it. We'll do the whole thing. Documented, proven. $1,000 a minute he stays on his feet. We'll do like a 3-minute round kind of thing. First minute, he goes down. He's got to get through the minute. Then the second minute starts. He stays on his feet for that. I give him $1,000. He stays on his feet for one 3-minute round. He makes $3,000. And then $1,000 for every minute after that until he decides he's done. So that's my offer to Ethan Ralph. I appreciate the offer for the anniversary show. I don't need you. We've been putting on great shows for 10 years with people Ethan Ralph's never even heard of. We'll continue to put on great shows. I appreciate the offer. I don't see it as any kind of disrespect. I appreciate your offer to help. But I don't need to pay you $1,500. If I gave Ethan Ralph $1,500 and Corey Adams should then never speak to me again. But if he wants to do the boxing thing, I'll move around with him in the ring a little bit. And if he needs money, like I said, $1,000 for every minute he lasts. I'll wait on him for his response. All right, off we go. In the text realm, Aaron, you didn't. Whoops. Oh, Jesus. A lot of messages here. You didn't go on a racist tirade and burn up a national radio gig like Cumia, so you're good. I mean, I respect Anthony. I like Anthony. He got mad that I made a very apt comparison after somebody fucking shit all over me. One of his dogs fucking barked at me. I pointed out something to the owner of the barking dogs and they got upset. Again, I'm not going to be false just so I can get an attaboy. If you could patch things up and get Adrian as a co-host, I would rather, here's where I'm at right now with the show. I only need to replace one co-host right now. I want to do Rumble Fridays by myself. I like having a solo day every week. I found out, and I was still hanging out with the Ricadas and everything when I said this, but April had left the show very abruptly, didn't give any warning, just stopped working, and that upset me, but I worked through it, and she was kind of hoping the show would fall apart without her, and so one day she goes, "How's everything going?" Like, how's everything going? Instead of checking in or watching or anything else, she goes, "How's everything going?" And I just looked at her. I said, it feels good to flex the solo show muscle again. I forgot how good I was at this. And that's true. Like, I gained confidence from doing solo shows. And I'm like, fuck, man, I forgot. I used to do this by myself. I'm really fucking good at it. She went in the other room and cried. Nick's like, "That's mean to say." I'm like, what the fuck? Dude, that's my fucking relationship with all those people in a nutshell. Was me going, "Hey, this really shitty thing that you guys did to me, I worked through it and it made me feel really good about myself. You're a monster. You're a piece of shit." Imagine going through that for, it was that bad for probably about 6 to 8 weeks. Imagine, well, with April, it was longer than that. It was probably about 3 months. But imagine going through that almost daily and then watching other people's drama almost daily. And you're sober for it. I mean, when I say that I got fucked up psychologically, I got fucked up psychologically. And the more I untie and unpack everything, the better I feel, but the more I realize how much damage was done. And I'm still learning about that. Let's go to the chat and let's see what you guys have today. Gavin went on Alex Stein and treated Gino like the Federal Reserve treats the U.S. dollar. 90% drop in... Wow. Okay, we'll watch that clip. Are there going to be short stories and then back to you? Well, we're going to get going here in a second. I just want to see what you guys have to say. Honky says, Keanu defamed Johnny and thinks he'll commit suicide. She was beyond disgusting. Did she really say that? That's too bad. People show you who they are. People show you who they are. You can listen to other people or you can watch the person yourself. That's too bad that she felt she had to say that. It's just, sometimes you read people wrong and you think they're a different person. Did she really say that? Oh, Honky, I believe you, but I'm going to need somebody to co-sign that. I know her whole anti-Aaron thing fizzled out pretty bad and it didn't go well for her, but Keanu defamed Johnny and thinks he'll commit. First of all, Johnny has more fucking toughness in his pinky than any of us have in our entire body. Johnny's been fighting a brave fucking battle since he was 18 years old. This isn't a guy who was born with Parkinson's and this is all he knew. This is a guy who was a fucking high school hockey player. Like, think about that. Athletic. He was an athlete. And now he can't use his fucking legs right. You talk about mind fucks. There are people who the day that happens, they decide to cash out. And Johnny's been struggling with this for what, 20, 25 years? And he's handled it with more grace and more dignity and more bravery than anybody I know. So if Keanu, keep the gun pointed on me. All right? Keep the gun pointed on me. Don't worry about Johnny. Don't go pointing it at Johnny, saying Johnny's going to cave. Johnny's never done anything but be very, very nice to both of you. I mean, I have too. I've been incredibly supportive and great to you guys too, but I don't care. I know what this business is. I understand the internet is a very phony world. People can stab you in the back at any time. I get that. I get that you never wanted to be my friend. I understand that. That's fine. And even doing what I thought was really nice things for me, you were just waiting until April came back off the bench and you would forgive her for absolutely anything and me for nothing. I get that. But don't fuck around with Johnny because A, in terms of bravery and decency, he's out of our fucking league. All right? He's in another place. So you keep the gun pointed at me. You fucking leave Johnny alone. Johnny's going to K himself. Johnny, well, we'll high road it. Almost 2 years pretending to be your friend. No, it was almost 1 year. We had a whirlwind friendship. Almost 2 years pretending to be your friend. They are even phonier than I originally believed. That fake accented. I'm not going to read that. Also, Gino in his late 50s. Mid 50s. Let's tell it like it is. Mid 50s. That's the saddest part. When Keanu said that Gino gave me basically a pity invite to the wedding because they really wanted April. I didn't do anything to deserve that. I'll be honest with you. That was a really shitty thing to say. I've never done anything to deserve that level of fucking disrespect. But again, it's the internet. Don't get your feelings hurt. It's fucking internet. That's how people are. But, you know, I said it yesterday. I have a hard time conceiving betrayal. I take people as they are, and that's my mistake. Blitz League says, Sector Aaron, you will weather this. You always do. Gino and Keanu are not prepared. You're our guy. Thank you, Blitz League. That's coming from a guy who I think hated my fucking guts a month ago. Honky says, she and the mom were joking about that. Johnny's silence means he might commit S. Something along that line. Wow, that's fucking evil. Somebody sent her $10. Somebody sent me a clip of this. Somebody sent her $10 and said, hey, Kumia actually went to court and like pleaded guilty and had to go to rehab and all this shit for abusing a woman. And Aaron's never done anything. And she just and then just played instruments and fucking fucked off about the whole thing the rest of the night. There, you can spot genuine people and you can spot counterfeit bucks. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, corporate wanted me to express that we still don't like you, but we hate their aggressive phoniness more. Thank you, Annoyed Wawa. It's nice to know that Wawa is kind of, their treachery and evil has made them, I guess, complacent on their opinion about me. That's how you sneak up on them. I'll get you, Wawa. Labglass says, if she's talked about Johnny, fuck her all the way off. I think that's why she's not getting any positive comments about this. Look, first of all, people know what happened in that house that I came out of, and they don't like or respect anyone who was doing the shit they were doing. And we're talking about 5 kids here, and only one person's taking any accountability, and that's me. If you want to know who the fucking genuine article is, you look at the one person who's actually owned up to any wrongdoing. Genuine article. But, so people don't like those people already. You side with liars and manipulators. People are going to hate you for that part. Then you shove a knife in the back to the one person who actually stayed in touch with you and spoke with you and confided in you and cried to you about the things that were going on. And then you shove a fucking knife in their back because I guess what? He's tall, ugly, chubby. He looks funny. Ooh, can't be seen with him. I mean, again, hurts my feelings. Gino's value in Gavin's eyes and Keanu's over-emotional meltdown, says Honky, and vicious turn on Aaron aren't coincidences. Just saying. I mean, there's a lot of money there's actually not a lot of money. I think Melton's the only one making money on Steel Toe Hate. But there's a lot of people who don't have a lot of views can go to Steel Toe Hate and get a little temporary bump. The problem is the reason our show grew from the Ricada thing was because people came for that. They were locked in from that. And then when I moved on from that, there were hundreds, well, there were a few thousand people who went, I like this guy's show. I'm going to stick around. You got to have, you can't just turn on Aaron and then go, numbers up, I've got myself a show. You can't do the fuck Aaron show all the time. I mean, what happens if you get another $10 super chat that asks you about Kumia again? You're going to freeze up again. You can't do that. You got to have a good show on top of it. So that's what you got to work on. Blitz League says, Gino Bisconti hides behind his fiance's skirt. What a gay F word. Is he? Bigot says, I'm sure Gino is encouraging her. Who knows? Who knows? They're allowed, their approach and the way they want to do things. And what do they say? Their journey, as it were. Honky says, Aaron wasn't charged. Anthony was. Big difference. The haters are growing increasingly desperate. I mean, look. I mean, it all comes out in the end. Everything I've said, when it's got had a chance to be proven, it's been proven true. I'm telling it like it is. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, you recognize that they are only doing this to try and claw back some of that 90% of assumed value lost. I'm no economist. I supervise hoagie makers, but I'm an unemployable guinea. But I'm not an unemployable guinea or his wife. I wish them a great marriage and all kinds of happiness. You guys are entitled to your opinion. Honky says, not going to lie, April looked pretty in her post. The caption invoking God. I don't know. Who am I to judge? She did. She looked very pretty. She's a very pretty girl. I hope everything is going better. I hope she's away from the toxic situation that got her arrested. And I hope she's away from all the toxic substances. But again, like I said on Monday, if she's not, that doesn't hurt or help my life. If she is, it doesn't hurt or help my life. But I still hope for the best for people. Bigot on socialist media. I have April on Instagram to give her my address over 14 months ago. I haven't looked since. That's fine. Fauci's Pangolin says, if you get Adrian, I'll be listening to someone else that day. He isn't funny, at least on the show. It's just socially acceptable blah. Well, I'm not asking him to be a co-host. I want to get Corey back for Thursdays, but I want to do Fridays myself. Blitz League says, if you want the anniversary event to be memorable and widely discussed, make sure Ethan is there. It matters. A lot of my audience doesn't know who he is. That's unfortunate. Fauci's Pangolin says, rather watch The View than Adrian if I'm going to listen to scared women. Well, I like Adrian. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, not a bad deal. While you are a tit-laden mess at times, you easily give up 75 to 90 pounds to that drunken slob. Like I said, he can come out. I'll pay him $1,000 for every minute he stays on his feet. That would be fine. Blitz says, being argumentative, but Ethan is the cornerstone of a broader community that will be discussing Ethan at the event and not Aaron's court date. We'll be discussing Ethan at the event. I don't know. Up in Rockville, Minnesota, they don't really know who Ethan is. Wild Saffron says, Keanu mocked Johnny Crutches. I mean, do I really need, people are like, why don't you go off on him? Do I need to? With shit like that? Sometimes high road's better. And then it feels good to hear people go, you know what? I can see a change in you. Again, the way you carry yourself matters. People notice. And when you say things like, Johnny, I think Johnny's going to commit S. That's a really fucking awful thing to say. It really is. Because that's a ballsy, brave dude. She said Matt looks like he wants to K himself rather than listen to Aaron. That's funny because Matt and I have a fucking blast doing those evening shows. So I think there might be a little bit of reading into it too much going on. What do you do? Dead Game says, some would say they're in hot water. Wild Saffron says, I'm sure Keanu's paying customers are so attractive. I don't know what that means. Wild Saffron says, greasy. Oh, see. I don't want to say that about people. Landers says, yeah, well, I don't want to say that about people either. You guys are fucking mean to others. Mean to me is fine. Eagle of America says, Aaron, there ain't nothing but fine brimstone. Lander says, Gino and Dylan want to F April. I can't believe you don't see it. what other people want to do. I'm miles away from either of them, both physically and psychologically. It's what adults do in their own home is their business. Fauci's Pangolin says, if Gino goes on the road, would he drive a Guinea Dago? Oh, that's a bad one. That's not a good one. Keanu said she never got your engagement gift. What was it? I bought them. I spent $300 a pop on fucking club seats at the Vikings game. We sat 5 rows off the fucking field, had a private bar and private bathroom. Holy shit. You're going to say you never got an engagement? That pisses me. That fucking hurts my feelings. I'm not going to go over the top fucking insulting people because that yell was that was a hurt yell. That wasn't a fucking in control yell. But let me say, wow. Fucking wow. I said in the car on our way there, Gino goes, how much do you want for the tickets? And I said, nothing. Congratulations on your engagement. It's an engagement gift. And I spent $600 fucking dollars on their I didn't want to say how much the fucking tickets were, but if you're going to go on your wow. God, I really got to stop surrounding myself with fucking liars and phonies. Jesus Christ. That hurts. That one actually does sting. And we had a great fucking time at that game. And Gino hung out with my friends and we all drank together. We were having an awesome time. We met Vincey Glenn. We met Tommy Kramer. Never got his engagement gift. They didn't value me at all. They didn't give a shit about me at all. I was content to them. That's what I'm kind of starting to notice. Oh, it's so gross. I just feel used and gross and disgusting now. That's not, gotta shake that one off, big man. Like, this is what I mean. Like, you can hear allegations from anybody. You can hear shit from anyone. Look in my fucking eyes. Watch my face. Listen to my words. And then listen to the other people. Seems like people who get themselves in a lot of trouble or people who get themselves in desperate situations, seems like a lot of the time I become a convenient target to blame. That's very interesting. Okay, didn't get the engagement gift. It's nice. It's a real nice thing to say. Actually, though, it kind of tracks with Johnny should K himself. So I guess sometimes you just don't know people. $5 from Buffalo Jockey says, I'd hate for Johnny to unalive himself. He's the talent, right? Coltrane with $1 says, you said Johnny had Parkinson's and not MS. Biden has Parkinson's. Oh, my God, I'm sorry. Yeah, Johnny has MS, not Parkinson's. Coltrane says, Johnny isn't my favorite co-host by any means, but that shit is fucked up. He's a tough motherfucker. I wouldn't have lived that long with it. Me neither. She called in to win by 2 yesterday. She said they received $0 from the X gets everything over the goal shows. Fucking bullshit. I dealt out hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I sent it to I sent some of them to Gino. I sent some of them to her. Hundreds of fucking dollars, maybe over $1,000 out of those fucking shows. Wow. Guys, genuine article, counterfeit box. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Let's go back to May. And, oh, by the way, on the days where we didn't go over the goal, I still gave them $100. Let's go down here. Let's go all the way back to, would it be April or May? I hate to do this. I really do. June 26th, June 8th. Oh, am I going past the day? Oh, no, here we go. May. When did they? I'm just trying to find when they start. Why does it keep resetting? I don't understand that. Here we go. April 2nd. I go down to April 2nd, and then it goes back up to the thing on me. All right. May 10th, Gino Bisconti, $305. May 7th, Gino Bisconti, $150. Some of these, by the way, are combined Gino and Keanu. I would send it to one account. Gino Bisconti, $100, April 27th. Keanu Thompson, $100, April 27th. Keanu Thompson, April 19th, $220. So was April 9th? Yeah, April 19th would have been the starting day. All right, let's keep. So we got April 19th, April 27th. Oh, $100 for both of them on the 27th. And then Gino Bisconti, $150. Gino Bisconti, May 10th, $305. That was most likely for both of them. And I would text them. I would say, can I just send it to one so I don't have to make two? And they said, yeah, that's fine. May 23rd, Gino Bisconti, $250. June 6th, Gino Bisconti, $200. Boy, you guys send in a lot of shit via Venmo. Keanu Thompson, June 16th, $100. June 21st, 5 days later, Keanu Thompson, $200. June 21st, same day, Gino Bisconti, $100. Keanu Thompson, June 28th, the next week, $100. And that was their last show. They got paid every fucking time, sometimes hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So not only knives in the back, but fucking lies too. That hurts. That really Well, hey, look, I know Gavin's not going to be paying you anything. I know money's going to be tight. So I hope throwing your old friend under a train is profitable. That's what I'll say. Like I said the other day, I'll put my head in the stocks. I'll put myself on the cross. I ain't going to fight back. I ain't going to yell and scream. I ain't going to do 3-hour shows about you day after day. You got me. You got to sneak up and, you gave me the old et tu brute. It hurt. Didn't make me feel good. I hope it's very profitable, and I hope it makes your life happier. Now, I say that mildly sarcastically because I know this stuff eats people like cancer. But, at least correct the record and admit, people, that I paid you into the thousands of dollars. You got $2,000 for last year's anniversary show in advance. You were going to get I just told you, I go, hey, let me know how much you need for this year's anniversary show. I'd like to send you the money this week. But little did I know that they already were plotting their coup, which it does seem like that now. It was a fucking planned coup. 3 people planned a coup. Not the first time 3 people have planned a coup against me. I'm an easy guy to fuck over because I'm la-ti-da. I'm like, I take people at their word because I want people to take me at my word. Because I'm going to give you, again, no bullshit. But I got to find other no bullshit people, unfortunately. Dead Game says, wow, man, that was nice. She's uninformed on that, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have to apologize. Her apology wouldn't mean anything anyway. Lander says, yeah, Aaron, you're a good dude, but your judge of character, no offense, is kind of bad. You're right. You're right. I mean, you look at the people who have had my back throughout this whole thing. These are people that, I disassociated with for April. And it turns out these are the people who have had my back in very tough times after I apologized to them. So, yeah, my judge of character is shoddy at best. Dead Game says, now you understand what Mersh was trying to warn you about. I have thought about Mersh through this whole thing, and I've gone, I've thought about these people aren't your friends. I've thought about that rant since this whole thing happened, and I think it's fair to say Mersh was right. Coltrane with $1 says, I'm a liar and phony. I've always said I like this show, and I'm a phony subscriber and donate all the time. Don't give away the game. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, Gino is ghetto trash. April was always trailer trash. Learn to stop associating with trash from now on. I'm trying to be the shepherd, Ringo. Lander says, honestly, if it was me, I would shit on everyone, so you are much better than me in that aspect. Well, you guys are shitting all over everyone. What do I need to do? Pile on? Blitz League says, I think we all instinctively hated Aaron at first, but as the situation unfolded, Aaron revealed himself not to be too bad, given the treachery and betrayal he was surrounded by. Landers says, so when Gavin drops Gino, is he going to let his new groom Dylan blame Aaron for that? Who's Dylan? Oh, they call Keanu Dylan Mulvey. I've been not reading the Dylan ones. I think they're mean. Look, I offered to help and in any way I could. Is there anything I can do? Is there anything my channel can give you? Can you do something on my channel? I mean, I offered. Wild Saffron says, does Keanu know there are tapes of Ethan Ralph choking and threatening to kill his wife? I don't know anything about that. Keanu has zero tolerance for abusive asshats, right? I mean, look, that question shook her up for a reason. That question about Anthony shook her up for a reason. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor, and it shook Anthony up for a reason. Gino 1000% used that money on drinks at Sullivan's and sports gambling. Coltrane says he rescinded those payments like all of us donors, LOL. McBuster says Gino is he says gay F word. Kiki is a manipulative C word. Glad you finally figured it out. I didn't figure out shit. Don't give me credit for figuring shit out. I let them walk into my home, literally and figuratively, shove a fucking knife in my heart, smile at me while they did it, and I just sat there and took it like a fucking ponce. So don't say that I finally figured it out. I didn't figure out shit. Like everything else, learn the hard way. Bird Collector says, hey, Aaron, I have a great deal for you on some oceanfront land. Just send me your bank info. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Mersh is still a colossal stroke-laden leech of the public support system. Let's not give him credit for anything. He steals tall boys regularly from our Orlando Wawa locations. Mersh and Adrian warned you, brother. Yep, absolutely. Dead Game says, Mersh may be an asshole, but damned if I don't see myself a lot, that Prickard. McBuster says, where's that? Oh, okay. You can say that. I'm not going to read it. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, I'll stroke your ego and from time. I'm going to read this as it was sent in. Buffalo Jockey with $2. I'll stroke your ego and time from to time if you'll buy me a new truck like you did for April. New boot goofing. Bigot on Socialist Media says Aaron was stabbed in the back. Didn't see it coming. How can you when it's in the back? My eyes ain't that big. Thank you very much. Adam with $5 on PayPal says incoming fake dono. Thank you very much. Let's go into the YouTube side of things. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says attaboy. Thank you. Adam Simon gifting a membership. I taste my own pre-cum becoming a member for 22 months. Says it's my son's first birthday. Also, monthly name read, please. There you are. Viking with $9.99 says, I asked Kiki about her difference of opinion on the allegations against you versus ones against Kumia. I'm not going to watch it. Like I said, the whole thing kind of hurt my feelings. It's not a show gimmick for me. They were really, I thought, ride or die friends. They helped me through a tough situation, but I think if April would have done blow in front of her and paraded an affair publicly in front of them, I think they would have been fine with it as long as they could talk to her and they would have thrown me out. Well, I mean, because they did. So I don't, so it does hurt. It does bother me, but I'm in a much better place now to deal with it. It's sad that you have to get tested on whether or not therapy and all this shit is working. And the two tests I've gotten so far are when April moved out and we had a beautiful talk and I kind of thought things were picking up again. Then a few hours later, she got back to the nest and the whole tone changed. Everything changed and I was a monster and an animal again. And then this Keanu thing. Those are the two things that have kind of tested my progress, if you will, and my self-control. And the one good thing out of it is that it's other people have observed the difference. If I observe the difference, it doesn't matter. I can trick myself. But if other people observe it, that means a lot. Special K with $5 says, don't give Keanu air. She wants material so she can play your clips and yell at them, ignore, and don't mention her. She can do whatever she'd like. Will with $1.99 says, hate. Oh, okay. You know what? Will with a great point here. And Will, Here's what I like about people like Will. He's not a dick rider or anything like that. Will has criticized me. He's shit on me. He's been nasty to me. But this is why David Sky Parker sent me an email, and he said, thanks for not banning me, even though I fucking really rip the shit out of you sometimes. I know the difference between people who are criticizing you and shitting on you and aren't evil, and the ones who are just being fucking evil, and you got to cut them loose. People like Sky Parker and people like Will C., they have shit to say sometimes, and they make good points. Will C. says, 199, hate to say it, this all started when you cheated. April and I had problems before, but it was like marriage problems. And that was kind of a big problem too, was that I'd been married before, she hadn't. So like when things would happen that were marriage things, like disagreements, arguments, whatever, she would treat them like, oh my God, the world is ending. It's fucking terrible, blah, blah, blah. And I would be like, can we just both admit we fucked up a little on this one and, move on from it? And then when we wouldn't, I would get fucking mad and then it would be a giant fight. And then I found out she was like texting listeners and like other people I know. And she would be like, we just had a big fight. And she would tell them that we just had a fight. Like we just had an argument. And I'm like, that's fucking weird behavior. I got a phone call from somebody yesterday. I don't know if he'd appreciate it if I said his name. But he's like, yeah, you guys had an argument. He goes, and I told her that it was dudes too. It was always dudes. And she would go, and he goes, you know that married people have arguments. He goes, and she goes, yeah, but he yelled. And he goes, you know that my wife and I fight and we yell like it's a thing. It's something that happens. And he's like, it was just really fucking weird. But I don't want to get too much into that. It's just saying, I hate to say it, this all started when you cheated. The Ricada thing was, I think both of us subconsciously recognizing we didn't want each other anymore. Because if you really love someone and you want someone, you can't even think of being with someone else. And the fact that I just jumped into bed with somebody else, I mean, says a lot about me, unfortunately. Daylaw gifting a membership. Daylaw gifted 2 memberships. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. That puts us at $275 away for today. Tridio with $2 says Ethan isn't even relevant in the sector anymore. Yeah. Like I said, if he wants to make $1,000 a minute and he wants to do the box thing, I'll do that with him. But I don't need him at the show. Trucker 18. So I politely refuse. It was a nice gesture, but I politely refuse. We're already half sold out. I mean, Trucker 18 Wheeler with $5 says Keanu said you sometimes would only pay $30. I say Pat Dixon was right for punching Gino. Apologize to Pat. I actually thought about that. I was like, maybe Pat went through the same thing I did. I guess Pat and I got a little nasty with each other. Who knows? Maybe maybe we could have a conversation. Pat's got his own issues though. Like Pat's been accused of some stuff. I don't know if he did it or not. I'm not someone who hears an accusation and then goes, oh, guilty. I don't know. But how about because one group of internet weirdos thinks I'm a piece of shit or hates me or attacks me for money and views and clicks, that doesn't mean I have to go to the weirdo internet people who don't like them and be friends with them. No, that's fucking gay. We're not doing that. Thank you very much to King Kong Dong. This is not Mr. Approachable. It's King Kong Dong. $10 from him. Thank you very much. Guys, we are 260 away this morning. Thank you very much for the fun rally to begin the show. I appreciate it. I think we're all we're not all caught up now. I'm going to catch up with the fucking Rumble chat here, and then we just got a lot of super chats and shit coming in today. I appreciate it. I'll get to Baza on Twitter as well. Let me get through the messages here. We'll move on. I think Gino genuinely wants to be friends with you, but he's so whipped and thinks if he loses Kiki, that's it for him. He's pretty cowardly. You know what's funny? If that was true, this is what really does kind of hurt, and I might cry like a bitch here. This is what really hurts about the Keanu and Gino thing, is that if that were ever to happen, this is how much I loved that guy. If that would have ever happened where Gino was like, no, I don't just believe this bullshit from, again, remember Gino, someone who was caught in a house with drugs, guns, and children, as he is so fond of saying. And if he would have if getting my back or even just not shitting all over me would have cost him his relationship and that put him on his ass financially or caused a serious problem, I'd fly his ass out here and he could stay in a spare bedroom until he figured shit out. That's how much I loved the guy. I mean, I don't know if my liver would have been able to handle it. We probably would have hung out and drank and golfed a lot. But, I mean, I would have had him on here, and I would have tried to, give him what I could. Let him save up, get back. Like, if that scenario would have ever happened, like, again, I don't think there was anyone more ride or die than I was. And if that's not enough to convince you that maybe someone else is lying and not me, then there's not much I can do, I'm only going to read the ones that I can read. Guys, Jesus, some of these Rumble ones are fucking brutal. I thought you'd be used to getting fucked from behind by now, says Fauci's Pangolin. Thank you. Copperhead said her and her mom making fun of Johnny like the way they did made me lose any respect that she still had. They kept saying MRS instead of MS, like his disease. Like, are they really that stupid? I couldn't. Honky says Viking is the real MVP. Yeah, Viking, apparently your super chat set the whole thing off. Keanu was joking. She said he looks miserable sitting there as you drone on and on about internet drama. The chat is trying to provoke you. Well, if she really said the S-word thing, then that's fucking terrible. That's a nasty thing to say. Tridio Gamus with $2 says Keanu is going on convicted Ethan Ralph's show to talk about you, which shows that she cares more about sex and potential that Jesus, I can't read most of that. Yeah. I mean, look, hating steel toe will get you a temporary bump. I get it. Again, tell me when I'm telling lies. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, I said, I know you don't want updates, but I heard from the supervisor at Shaggy's in Litchfield that, I think he means Shady's, that someone was trying to pour themselves shots out of what's left over in those rubber service mats. No, stop it, Wawa. Dead Game says women have the ability to manipulate any situation, and when two conspire, shit. McBuster says that explains a lot that Kiki is drawn to attracted persons like Melty and Ethan. Makes one wonder what she was like. Jesus, you guys. Satan's Mechanic, I lost any respect I ever had for Keanu last night. Karma gonna collect, and I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Well, look, unfortunately, someone dipped their toe into the river of iniquity. Buffalo Jockey says Keanu will watch Gino drink himself into an early grave. Jesus, guys, she'll happily watch April snort herself into an... Guys, fucking hell. Annoyed Wawa supervisor. We're kind of just saying the same thing over and over. I'm just skimming through these, and a lot of them are really fucking mean. Who wants to bet the wedding isn't going to happen? She is melting down too soon after the Gavin takeover. She can't sustain this. I hope that's not the case. McBuster says, no, the Ricada thing started because you and Nick were bi-curious. It didn't work out. April chose Coke. You can move on. I'm not going to escape that gay thing, no matter how many times I say it didn't happen, am I? Citizen M says, like Peter Sky Parker, I also just have shit to say. For example, Tortured Poets Department was a banger album. All right, guys. Coltrane says, I hope Gino hears this and feels really guilty about it. They won't. Citizen M says, the bottom line is April's angry she was outed as that. Okay. That's what this is about. Blitz League says, Sector Aaron, in simplest terms, a diffused network of interests has converged to promote and preserve steel toe and vanquish your foes. You just can't control it, though. I mean, it is nice that you can look at the people who don't like me, make a character judgment, and, when it's me on one side, and it's Ethan and people backstabbing and shit like that, and people who got arrested and kids taken away and all that on the other side. It's I'm working on trying to be a noble person. I don't think I'm there yet, but it's easy to look like the noble person when that's who's standing against you. D-Ball Money says it's only gay if Nick peed in your butt, Aaron. Yeah. I'm not getting away from that, am I? I'm not. Plankton with $1.99 says, what about her $30 pay accusation? Well, nowhere in any of those was there a $30 one. I mean, I read the Venmo things. If there was a day where we went $30 over the goal and I paid her that much, I know when they came aboard, we were hurting financially. We didn't have a lot, left over in the tank. So that's all I could pay them. Then business went better, and you saw they started getting $100, $200, $300 payments. I mean, I took care of them, and it hurts to hear him say otherwise. Leap Dave Williams with $5 says, great job handling Ralph. Old Piggertits will be a hollerin' soon. Search Ethan Ralph Portugal fight if you want to watch one of his last fights. That actually made me feel bad when I watched it. Watching him get fucking manhandled like that. Jesus Christ. That was nasty. It felt like you were watching a bullied kid get beat up. I didn't actually really enjoy watching that. $2 from Tridio. In other news, no. Wait, what? Tridio, is that true? Could you tweet it to me? Do you have any way of DMing me? Tridio? That can't be true. I hope that's not fucking true. God damn it, enough with terrible news like that. I'm not going to report it here until I see something from you. Cool Boy with $2 says Kiki has a leather... Oh, that's not very nice. Thank you guys very much for the super chats and everything else and the PayPals and the Streamlabs. 240. Oh, wait, Jesus Christ, you guys are down to 240 already today. You're fantastic. You're beautiful. I appreciate it. Thank you. We'll knock out the goal, do 30 minutes of overtime. And then tomorrow we're going back to Rumble Fridays and Rumble Link Fridays. It's going to be a fucking hoot and a half. You guys are going to love it. Let's go to, okay, we got Adam. We got King Kong Dong's $10. He says, your favorite dong here. Keep doing you. The OGs that have been here for 7+ years have got you. Keep going and stay strong and maybe get back to the bread and butter and find new second mics and kill it. I mean, we're getting to the bread and butter here. People have a lot to say about this. I want to make sure my audience gets their say. I feel like it's good to let the audience have their say on this, seeing as, I don't have much to say. Because I'm just going to go, well, it hurts my feelings. I feel stabbed in the back and betrayed, whatever. Building bridges is harder than burning them. Cheers, says Balls Deep. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it very much. Okay. That's another 5 off the old number. 235 is our number for today. Kiff with $1.99. This might be the best super chat of the day. April can turn state's evidence on illegal lottery. You know what, right? Kiff, you're right. You're right. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything fucking crazy or culty like keep her on my property so she can't say anything against me. I would never do such a thing. Let's go on here. $5 from Buffalo Jockey. Says, fuck, I didn't know we were supposed to be nice. I thought you knew Gino was a drunk and April was a junkie. PC from here on out, I guess. No, Buffalo Jockey, I'm not saying you have to be nice. I'm saying when I read them, I'm going to try and be as nice as I can. You do you, buddy. I will take care of the rest. Chevy fan says the internet people will move on. You could have been their friend long term. I mean, nobody had their back more than me. But Coltrane with $1 says not gay in a 4-way. LOL. What is this? He sent a link with it. Not gay in a. Oh, it's a digital short from SNL. Ooh, I can't play this. We'll get the video taken down. SNL's a motherfucker with that kind of stuff, buddy. I appreciate it. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says Johnny and Corey are the two most important people to have on your show. We'll try to call Corey today because he won't answer my fucking text. I wonder, watch me call him. His phone isn't on. He's got a new phone. Oof. Cool Boy with $2 says you're a class act, bud. Thank you, Cool Boy. I appreciate it. Isn't it greasy? Says Ethan R-word it Ralph. Oh, I lost it now. There we go. Also loves to eat poop. That's an allegation. I can't back that up. I can't back it up. 220 away from today's goal. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. McBuster says, the fuck happened to SNL? Gay Fs took over and stole all the funny and flushed it down the crapper. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, come on, Aaron, I may be being mean, but I'm trying to work some wrestling in there. I only have one cigarette left on my break. Oh, I missed that one. I'm sorry. When Catawba County and Meeker County get together, it's the two-man power trip of unskilled vapid. Oh, a two-man power trip reference. Okay. The wrestling line I've been going with lately since the backstabbing has been, they call me 3 Bill Phil. Or no, it's not 3 Bill Phil. What do you call him? What's the line? God, I fucked up my own quote. You know what David Zaslav calls me? 1 Bill Phil. That's because I'm the genuine article in a business full of counterfeit bucks. Tell me when I'm telling lies. Okay, so where are we at? 220? 220 away from today. Holy shit, you guys are on a roll. Thank you very much. Oh, that's right. There was, I was supposed to check Twitter here for a couple of things. Uh-oh. July 11th. So this is real. I can't read this, though, buddy. Like, that's very hard for me to read. It's another leaked document showing another positive test for a child. Oh, fucking shit. Is it the same one? The same child or the same test? It's a different test? That's fucking terrible. That's really too bad. People are tweeting. Aaron Imholt just offered Ralph $1,000 for every minute he stays on his feet. Says he doesn't want him at the anniversary show because he doesn't want a drunken mess with someone nobody knows. Yeah, I mean, $1,000. He can come out on his own dime, and $1,000 for every minute he stays on his feet. That works. Somebody was also sending me something like that Boogie 229999998 guy. Like, apparently they're accusing him of faking cancer, and he collected a lot of money from people. Oof. Aaron, I just checked the farms. They are uncertain if this was actually a new test or not. Yeah, that's something I'll deal with privately. I'm not going to deal with that publicly. It gets too sad. I knew those children, and they were very nice. And I just that shit gets too sad for me. Please stop using that CM Punk line. He's also a cunt. I like CM Punk. I see a lot of myself in CM Punk. Just the unbridled honesty and prickishness, and people either love them or hate them. Citizen M says it's depressing because I want to hate Gino and Kiki, but if April lied to them, April lied. What are they to do? Convoluted mess. Well, I mean, let me ask you this, Citizen M. Just because I got lied to by addicts about stuff, like they would do drugs right in front of me and I would confront them on having a problem and they would say they don't do drugs. Like they would say that right in front of me. If they tell me that and I know better, do I get off the hook because I was quote unquote lied to? No, I still gotta use my fucking brains. Kif with 199 says, do acronyms really violate order? I don't know what acronyms means. The Bad Luck Boys with $5 says, I made $500 by not harassing my audience. Stop headbutting women. I mean, I don't, but thank you. Is that the real Bad Luck Boys? Is that Mersh? Oh, after I just said nice things about Mersh today. Oh, man. Let's go to channel. Yep. Whopping 3,000 subscribers. That's the real deal. Wow, I just said really nice things about Mersh. Oh, well. Congratulations on your $500, by the way. Enjoy some coleslaw. $215 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very, very much. All right. People, look, I understand all of you have your opinions. We've done over an hour of this today. We've got to move on. All right? We've got to move on. I got Joy Reid melting down. I got, for some reason, I almost said the president. He's not the president yet. For some reason, Donald Trump keeps talking about Hannibal Lecter. If he ends up eating Joe Biden at the end of all this, I think that would be a wonderful twist. We'll also sell some anniversary show tickets today. Go to eventbrite.com for your anniversary show tickets. It's Jesus. I can't read. I'm not going to read that text message. When you have a text message that ends with, thanks for the trail mix and that big hog. I mean, it makes you feel good when someone thanks you for a big hog. But you also go, are they fucking with me a little bit? I don't know. Thanks for the big hog. I mean, adequately sized hog would be more correct, but you're welcome. You're welcome. Signed, someone who loves mediocre dick. Appreciate that. Oh, boy. I didn't expect to see that. I was catching up on listener shit. Thank you, Balls Deep, for the $6 as well. Okay, guys, I think we can go to some Joy Reid stuff and transition. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you like CM Punk, lose more fights than you win. I can see why you relate to him. You know what? I kind of set myself up for that, didn't I? Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says those texts between Ashley and April are depressing, but you know what's sadder? Those texts between Mersh and that cam girl. Look, man, there but for the grace of God go I. We all have skeletons. We just, as Will Sasso once said, you get out in front of it, you admit it, you tell the truth. Or don't. You do a Rachel Phelps bit because someone said your dick was small. All right, let's go ahead and do the Joy Reid thing. She had another. Here's what I don't get about Joy Reid. She has to be compensated handsomely for her work at MSNBC, right? Because, look, we can make jokes, MSNBC, nobody watches it, so on and so forth. But at the same time, it's still a multi-billion-dollar corporation that she works for. So to be doing I think she does a daily show on MSNBC, she's got to be paid well into the six figures, if not more. And she does, an hour a night? So she does an hour nightly show. She gets paid probably over $1 million, but if not, slightly under. Do you know how much I would just fuck off the rest of the day? Like, you would never see my fat ass doing any videos on Twitter, YouTube, any of that shit. You give me a job where you're paying me about $1 million conservatively, and I have nothing but a private life outside that show. You're not going to know what I think. You're not going to know what I feel. I'm going to have somebody else managing all my social media. I don't want to read it. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to see it. Because even if you're like really good and you're fucking awesome and you're incredible, I bet you your notifications are filled with negative shit. Like if you're Tucker Carlson, your notifications are probably filled with people who think you're a Nazi and a piece of shit. And who needs to read that? You know, you have people manage that shit for you when you're at that level. So Joy Reid keeps making these videos where she looks like a retired NBA player. And she's just losing her fucking mind about Trump on every single one. And like trying to find these new ways to say Trump is a Nazi. Like, we fucking get it, lady. Jesus Christ. This is her latest one. I don't know how Trump's a Nazi in this one yet. I haven't watched it, but I like to get to know Joy's latest feelings with you. Let's take a listen.
These kinds of small things to try to pull us into a direction. All that matters in this election, and I genuinely mean this,
is that gays don't vote. I'm sorry, wait, no.
All that matters in this election, the only thing that matters in this election, is keeping Donald Trump and Project 2025 out of power.
Oh, see, now here's where I'm like total normie going to the lake on a picnic table boat guy. Which one's Project 2025? That's not like one of the Soros ones where he's like going to crash currency and start a one world government. That's a different one. So Project 2025 is a good thing. I don't like any of these, execute Order 66 kind of names for shit. I don't like it. Even if it's supposed to be like freedom and love and all this other shit. I don't know. I just see 1984 in every gimmick, I suppose. But all right, so she doesn't want Project 2025. She doesn't want Donald Trump in there. But she says that's the only thing that matters in this election. Okay, well, I mean, the price of bread, too, I suppose. Price of gas. Ugh. Be nice to see that drop a little, right? But I guess the only thing that matters is not having Donald Trump in there. All right, continue. It sounds like you've got a pretty good foundation built for this logic house.
Keeping that insane ideology of white Christian nationalism and white supremacy and white male Christian dominance out.
A lot of white in there. She really doesn't like the white. I'm starting to think that maybe this person doesn't like white people very much. Therefore, maybe a tad bit racist. Wait a minute, though. White Christian nationalism? When has Trump ever been a white Christian nationalist? I mean, nationalist in that he's like America first and shit like that. Okay, yeah. All right. I'll go nationalist on that one. White. He is white. But Christian? I mean, I'm sure he identifies as a Christian, but the dude's been married, what, 4 times? I'm coming for you, Donald. He's pro-gay. He's, I mean, I know he doesn't drink and he doesn't do drugs or anything like that, but he's like, he talks shit about people constantly. He's not exactly a love your neighbor kind of guy. I just wouldn't put Donald Trump in the realm of like Christian nationalist.
Out of power. That's all that matters. I genuinely don't care who the Democratic nominee is. And I'm being real. I don't care.
By the way, this speech since 1776 has gotten us to the mess we're in now. People going, I don't give a shit who the other person is. I just don't want that guy. Like, voting for someone because they're not someone else is exactly the reason why we're here. Is because we just kept going. We just kept spite voting our way into misery.
If it's Biden, fine. If it's Kamala Harris, fabulous, right?
Why?
But it's going to be...
Nobody can ever tell me that, by the way. Kamala Harris would be great. Why? Tell me why. Give me a reason. Well, I like her. That's not a reason. Like, what about her policies? If someone asked me, Aaron, who would you like to be president? I would say Rand Paul. And like, Aaron, why do you want Rand Paul to be president? He believes in getting rid of the income tax. He believes in slashing federal bureaucracy and getting rid of whole departments in the cabinet. He believes in saving trillions of dollars every single year by cutting what he sees as inefficient and redundant positions in federal government. And he wants to cut taxes until the income tax is completely gone. He wants to audit the Federal Reserve. All of these things I'm for. But when people say, oh, Kamala would be great. Why? Because you think she's fun? Because she hung out with Montel and Tupac? Why? Or was it Montel? It wasn't Tupac, was it? I think it was just Montel. But nobody ever says, here are the things that make me like Kamala Harris. Just say it. She's dark-skinned and a girl. All right, fine.
One of the two of them. Let's just not play crazy games now. There are rules the way that this process works. It's one of the two of them. Either one, I don't care. Or you want to parachute somebody else in and they not him, they not the orange one, they not the one who quotes Hitler. Fine, put him in, I don't care. Because all...
I love that quotes Hitler thing. I mean, that's such an easy way to like get somebody. Oh, they quoted Hitler. I don't know. What if, what if the quote was, man, I really love German Shepherds? That's not a terrible thing to say, but you're probably quoting Hitler. And it wasn't even a Hitler quote, was it? He like ran some commercial where it said something that was close to something the Nazis said, but it was like some America First shit. And then so the media made the connection to the Nazis. And that's their favorite one, by the way. They love the Trump Nazi connection. Oh, if they can get those. There was a Netflix show recently, or was it a YouTube documentary I saw, where the background was a Trump face morphing into a Hitler face. And I'm like, boy, that's the bread and butter, isn't it? And by the way, you're going to get more and more of that shit, A, the closer November comes. So chronologically, the closer we get to November. And B, the better the polls get for Trump. You're just going to see him hit that, bang that drum harder and harder. The only problem is It's counterintuitive. They keep charging him with crimes. They keep comparing him to Hitler. And then people go, ugh, I'm fucking tired of these people nagging about Trump constantly and not telling me how they're going to fix gas and bread prices. I'm not voting for you. So it backfires on them. Now, you could argue, Aaron, isn't that then those people doing the same thing you said you don't like it when people want to say they'll vote for Biden? Or they don't care who it is, they'll vote against Trump? Yes, you're absolutely right. That's why I'm saying this whole thing is fucking toxic and bad for us. Is because you've created such a shit show under Joe Biden that you now have people going, fuck it, I'll vote for the other 75-year-old guy. I'll vote for Trump. And they're like, why? Well, fuck it, he's not Biden. And then because people like this go, he's Hitler, he's Hitler. And you're like, no, I know for a fact he's not Hitler. Like, he ain't exactly George Washington, but he's not Hitler either. Which is kind of the place you want to be in politics, somewhere between Washington and Hitler. Although Washington was a lot closer to Hitler than people realize. Probably by today's standards, a war criminal when he was in the British Army. But that's what those lobster backs make you do. So, like, we've gotten ourselves now into this position where I'm voting for this person because I hate Trump, or I'm voting for this person because I hate Biden. It's not a good place to be.
All that matters, I'm going to say this to y'all again.
Okay.
All that matters in this upcoming election is that you keep that man and that Project 2025 plan out of power. That's all.
Isn't she supposed to be wearing a fluorescent jacket and have a parrot named Frankie on her shoulder while she goes like this? She would be much... Wait, are you telling me that that's not Coco Beware? I've been duped.
That's all you need to understand. And to do that, you are going to need to vote against the party that has embraced white Christian nationalism. The Republican Party is gone. It has been replaced by Project 2025 and MAGA and Trump. That's all that's left. That party is gone. And that means you have to vote against that letter, R, all the way down the ballot. You have to keep...
Anyone, I often wonder, does Joy Reid ever sway anybody? Like, is anyone ever watching TV and they go, boy, my opinion changed. That Joy Reid made sense. What you have to do, like, and the way they like bark at people, the way they go, what you have to do is you have to not vote for that letter R. Wait a minute. What if the person you're talking to, what if their economic and social or life situation or whatever would be drastically improved if the thing that person with an R next to their name wants to do, if they vote them in and it gets done? Are they not supposed to vote for it because you think somebody's Hitler? That's interesting. God, I don't like these people.
Keep them out.
And by these people, I mean like these journalists, these commentators. I don't mean lesbianic-looking middle-aged black women. That is not what I'm talking about. Joy Reid, Whoopi Goldberg, I'm sure they smell great. I'm saying these people, like mainstream journalists.
Of power at the state level, keep them out of power at the federal level, or remove them from power at the state and federal level. That means anything with the R on it is toxic. What if a
retarded person runs for office? Are you going to kick a mentally retarded person out from holding their dream job because they have an R next to them? You're a piece of shit, Joy. Joy Reid is a handicapped hater.
Anything with the R on it is going to take your birth control. Anything with the R on it is going to make you register and take the military preparatory test in high school so that you're ready to be cannon fodder for them, to be deployed on the streets of the United States to shoot Americans who are protesting.
Is that what he's doing? Is Trump training high schoolers to go and shoot protesters? Wow, I'm against that. That would be terrible. I should vote for Joe Biden. You see how dumb that is? Like, there can't be those people can't exist. That like watch Joy Reid and go, wow, I didn't know Donald Trump wanted to train high schoolers to shoot protesters. And by the way, she's dog whistling like a motherfucker. You know she means black protesters. God, she has lost her mind. Like, the guy's not that good. Like, the guy's not that efficient. He couldn't get that fucking wall built, and that's all he wanted. He couldn't get Obamacare fucking totally wiped out. He just got the mandate removed. And I think that was the Supreme Court. It wasn't even him. So they have this fear of this guy, and it's just, I don't know. Just don't vote for anything with an R next to his name. Okay, look, that would be great, and I'd agree with you. I would love to live in a country where I could say what I feel, which is don't vote for anything with an R or a D next to its name. The only problem is you guys have monopolized power. You haven't given us any fucking choice. The other choice you gave us is I think if you get a polio vaccine, your dick's going to turn into a stuffed animal. Like, that's the... We don't have any other choices.
They're going to take away your education. They're going to take away your opportunity to go to college.
Oh, my God.
They're going to take away your books, your history.
We're burning books?
They're going to take away your right to even know the history of this country.
Really?
Replace it with so-called patriotic education.
They're going to take away the 4th of July? What the fuck, dude? We have to vote for Biden. Did she also say they're going to take away your birth control? I am against that one because I believe we should, like, every filthy toothpick hoe bag who takes a hot load by accident one night should have Plan B force-fed down their throat. Just so we can stop having these unwanted monsters who grow up to rob people in 15 years. That would be nice. But unfortunately, we don't have any candidates that are doing that. And Donald Trump is, out of all the people in the world, Donald Trump is not getting rid of your birth control. In fact, Donald Trump would strike me as the kind of guy who's probably paid for an abortion before, but I have no idea.
They're going to get rid of the Department of Education, meaning...
Yes! We already have 50 departments of education. We don't need a federal one. It was made in the fucking Carter administration. How did we get along all those years without a federal Department of Education? And ask schools. They hate the federal Department of Education. Whenever they have a levy, they're like, well, these are unfunded mandates from the federal Department of Education. We have to have this, this, and this, but they won't give us any money for it. So we have to go for a levy referendum. Nobody likes the federal Department of Education. That's the thing. Progressives do this all the time. They'll like stick up for government because they live in a bubble and they don't understand that most of us hate the fucking bureaucracy. They'll be like, guys, gather around. I have something important. And you're like, oh shit, this is big. And they go, those people over there want to get rid of the federal Department of Education. And then they go, hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Like, we're going to go listen to the guy who wants to get rid of the federal Department of Education. Like, but it's an important bureaucracy. And we're like, we fucking hate bureaucracy. And people like Joy Reid love it. It's like MSNBC the day after the Chevron deference was done away with in the Supreme Court. All of a sudden, MSNBC is going, here's why it's terrible. Now when the EPA makes a regulation, the court can actually rule on whether or not they have the authority to do so. You're like, well, that's good. I don't want an unelected panel of regulators mount up having total control and total power to just fuck with the economy and fuck with everything else. Because like if the FDA decided to do something, decided to make a regulation that technically Congress should be passing, if it went to the Supreme Court, under Chevron deference, all the FDA had to do was go to the court and go, yeah, we totally get to do this. It's something we totally need to do. The court would go, all right, our hands are tied. Looks like you're good. And then we got rid of that, and MSNBC's like, now the courts are going to decide whether or not they have the authority to do so. Oh, I'm sorry. You mean that thing called checks and balances? Yeah, who needs a Supreme Court for that?
No more
except Thomas Jefferson.
Pell Grants, no more money for school, no more student loans, no more equality for girls' sports.
Okay, now how do I vote for these people? Do I have to wait till November or can I just do it now? Because no equality for girls' sports. Equality for girls' sports means, like any other club, by the way, this is the perfect pause face for Joy Reid. Equality in sports just means if there's enough people who want to go out for the thing and enough money to host it, then you have the sport. That's it. You know what's retarded and not equal is going, every time a male sport comes on, a female sport has to be added. Well, I'm sorry. If you did it by the numbers, more men are interested in sports in that age than women. So you're going to have a little bit of a difference in the amount of programs.
All of it gone. Replaced with this white Christian nationalist insanity. And they want to do that not just federal, but state. The Republican Party at the state level is just as bad or worse. Baby, ladies, gentlemen, friends.
Did she say baby? Did she just do a trans thing or like a non-binary thing?
Party at the state level is just as bad or worse.
Wait.
Baby, ladies, gentlemen,
She did they be. Ew. Fucking ew. Just pick a lady or a gentleman. You don't.
friends. Nothing else matters. Okay? Nothing else matters but stopping Trump, the Republican Party, and Project 2025 in November. You have
That's not true. The Vikings making the playoffs this year matters to me, Joy.
119 days to get right with that and get comfortable with that.
Take a sip of that, feel right. This is how she rolls. I can't watch Joy Reid in any kind of serious fashion. I can't. She loses her mind on a regular basis. And then like she's kind of like that person who like gets really hammered at parties, and then when they get really hammered they do fucking crazy shit, like destructive shit, and they say horrible things, and then they wake up in the morning and they're like, all right, let's go get coffee, like they forgot they did it. They're just like, everything's fine now. And then like you go, hey, what about the fucking wild crazy shit you said yesterday? And they're like, new day, we're moving on. Because like she has these meltdowns regularly, and then they put her on TV and they go, hey guys, here's an honest arbiter of and analyst of what's going on. It's the wildest thing. By the way, thank you, McBuster, for enjoying a good Coco Beware reference. Packerbacker with $1 says, where the mods at? Bounce Shaq Peters. Oh, did we have a spam? Yeah, Rumble Chat has those spammer people. It happens. Try telling anyone in real life your epic trolling, says Sam. Yeah, I mean the internet stuff on real life. McBuster says, next you're going to be comparing Bobby Lee to Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. It's okay, Aaron. Most of us don't like blacks. No, I wasn't saying blacks. I was saying that wasn't the... Crowder Wears Panties says, these people? No, I meant journalists. I don't know what this Shaq Peters guy was saying, but people are saying that he's obsessed with me and this and that. I don't know what he was saying, but he was saying a lot. He was really getting after it. Holy shit. Kotad says they got to stop making Trump sound cooler than he really is. Right? It's like, yeah, Trump wants to fucking make sports about who wants to play them. Trump wants everyone to be ready to be in the military in case we get invaded. Trump wants to be... And you're like, I bet you he doesn't do any of that shit. Coltrane with $2 says Project 2025 is the changes they want to make to stop the unelected bureaucrats of D.C. from making laws without votes from Congress. That's it. The hyperbolic nonsense she is spewing is gross. People are saying Don Cheadle looks terrible. Poor Don. Don Cheadle doesn't deserve this treatment. $1 from Buffalo Jockey. He says, you're saying she drinks too much malt liquor at parties. No, when did I ever say malt liquor? When did I ever say malt liquor? That would be racist if I said malt liquor. How fucking dare you? I just compared her to someone who drinks at a party. That's all. I feel like a lot of you are taking my criticisms of Joy Reid and are twisting them to make it look like I feel that way because she's a black woman. This is simply not the case. All right, guys, 2:15 away from today. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I missed a bunch of these. $4.99 from John. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Okay. Whoop. Here we go. My YouTube just updated. There was a weird thing. Did Aaron real? Oh, I see, Kiff. I see what you were saying in your other chat. Okay, thank you. $1.99. Bad Luck Boys with $5 says, imagine constantly spiraling over a hoe you left your perfect family for. I didn't leave my family for anybody. Oh, Mersh. I think Mersh has been interneting too much. Another $5. Oh, God, he's drunk and throwing money at me. I didn't violate a restraining order against the cam girl after headbutting her because she called my son a retard. Is that what you think happened? Oh, my God. Mersh should write like fucking fan fiction for Steel Toe. John Myers with $4.99 says Nick is just angry because he misses Tummy Sticks Tuesday. I'm not getting away from the we blew each other thing, am I? I'm not getting away from the we blew each other thing. Some things in life you have to learn to let go and let God. $5 from Mersh again says Aaron has been denounced by a literal PDF file. No, Mersh. Oh, sweetie. He's not if he was a literal PDF file, that means you would download him and you would read him and you're trying to keep it YouTube safe, so you can't say literal. Never. You'll get it in the morning, sweetie. Don't worry. Dude had his shirt on as Ant buried him. Ant didn't bury me. I asked a good question and he got worked up about it. What do you want from me? Turtle with $2 says, headbutt me, Aaron. Wouldn't physical photos exist? Look, I don't think I have to give that horse shit any more credence than I already have. But yes, obviously bullshit. For many reasons. The Grand Poobah with $5 says, Joy Reid looks like she should be telling us all the different ways you can cook shrimp. How did I miss a Bubba reference? She could do like all the ways Trump is racist. She'd be, Trump is racist in a lot of ways. Wants to get rid of Pell Grants, affirmative action. Oh, wait, no, now I'm doing the Miller guy. How would Bubba would be like, there's birth control, abortion, Plan B, Civil Rights Act, voting laws for blacks. I think that's about it. Thank you for the $5, Mersh. She says, I thought donos mattered on this show. I'm trying to knock out that goal. I know. I fucking thanked you. God, he really does get like a woman sometimes, especially after I said nice things about him today. I said he was right about internet people. God, he is a sensitive boy. 190 away from today. Thank you, guys. Kiff, I don't know what that means, and I don't think I can read it. I think you're trying to get me into trouble, buddy. But thank you, Kiff. I appreciate it. Crowder wears panties with $5 over on Rumble. Says, Mersh, you need to log off, buddy. Put the bottle down. Yeah, like I said, when you look at like who surrounds me on the I hate steel toe side, it does make me look better by comparison. But that's kind of always been the case. You know? It's been consistent like for years. Like since this show was on radio, it's been like, you can kind of judge me by the quality of human that doesn't like me. And I'm sorry, but it's not exactly a murderer's row of decency. But hey, I just hope you're entertained. That's all. Ooh, look at that. Someone on Twitter says, so far this morning, we have learned that Keanu and Gino lied about not receiving an engagement gift or being paid for shows. Aaron read off dates and amounts. Hope you saved some of that. Sounds like you'll need it. Oh, see, now that's kind of shitty. Didn't Gavin say something to Alex Stein yesterday about like people losing 90% of their value or something? That's fucking brutal. Alex Stein and In Hot Water. Yeah, okay, so we had Gavin on.
Just don't tag him.
Hold on. Let's check this out. I want to see this because, you know, I will say, and I loved Gino and Keanu, but the thing is, like, they were getting a screaming deal at Compound. Awesome. They were getting a salary deal. And if that ever went away, it was always going to be hard to duplicate it because behind a paywall, the audience size just isn't there. And when Gavin took over, like, Gavin's an actual businessman. Like, Gavin looks at red ink and black ink, you know? Gavin's also admitted he's Scottish, he's cheap. So Gavin doesn't want to lose $5 on somebody, you know? Gavin wants to make $5 or more on someone. And if he can't make a penny off of them, he doesn't really see the need for them. If they can't draw money, what do I need them for? So Gavin's way of taking care of that is when he has people on censored.tv, he says, you're going to sign a percentage deal. Meaning, when somebody signs up for our network, they put in a show name as to why they're here. And you get, let's keep it easy and say 50% of it. And let's say the subs are $10 a pop. So you get $5 every time someone signs up for your network. So if you have 1,000 people, and it's not hard to get 1,000 people to pay $5 a month for what you're doing. We have more than 1,000 people who give to this show. Some of them give a fuckload more than $5 a month. So if you have 1,000 people give $5 a month, you make 60 grand a year doing your show. And then you can, still do your YouTube, you can do stand-up, you can do Patreon, you can do all this other stuff you want to do. Now we have this situation where Gavin's feeling like these people want to negotiate a new deal where it's like salary. And I guess Gavin came into this thinking that he would just do it his way and people would just sign the thing and they'd go along, because he's been acting very confused lately as to like, why aren't these people just signing the deals? Why? He goes, we're not going to give you a salary. I think his words were, here at Censored, you eat what you kill. Meaning you do a show, we give you a promo code, they use that promo code, you get the money. In Gavin's mind, it's, hey, easy enough. In Gino and maybe Chrissy's mind, I don't know. But in their mind, they go, no, we want salary. And if we're being honest, they're saying we want the salary because we want security. And Gavin's saying, yeah, I'm not in the giving you security business. I'm in the making money off of your show business. And so that's where the disconnect is. The problem is, and let's be very factual here. If they take a commission deal, they're going to lose income. They're not going to make as much on a commission deal as they were probably making under Anthony. Otherwise, this whole thing would have been signed by now. So let's take a listen to Gavin. People have been telling me that this is an interesting clip to watch.
Gav, okay, now we got to talk about the hard-hitting stuff. Huge news. Okay. You and Anthony Cumia, I'm not just saying this, are my two favorite broadcasters out there. You guys have both had the upper echelon of success. You guys have both been canceled. You guys have both been able to find a way to come back from every cancelization that you had. Now tell us, what is going on with Compound and Censored? Now you are merged together. Let's be real, the only profitable show on Compound, I would imagine, is Anthony's. Is that correct?
Jesus, Alex. Christ, dude. I mean, lube it up first before you stick it in. Jesus. I can't remember. I thought Alex, I guess I was going to say I thought Alex liked Gino and Chrissy, but I guess you can like people and still say, look, I mean, Anthony was the only profitable show. And that's probably true. Look, like on Compound, people are there for the Anthony Cumia show, and the other stuff always felt like, hey, here's value added. You're paying for the subscription. Here's some shows to watch during the day.
Well, yeah, that's the same as InfoWars and Censored. There's always, and The Blaze is nothing without Alex Stein. So there's always these flagship shows, and everyone else is sort of.
That was kind of shitty. The Blaze is nothing without Alex Stein. Glenn Beck is like probably on the Mount Rushmore of political talk shows. A funny little line from Gav.
In 7th place, but that's typical. So Ant was the main guy. Really, the fusion here is me and Anthony, and we just have great chemistry on our Wednesday shows. So we thought, let's merge the networks, and we're trimming some fat, I guess. Anthony spent like an African American who just won the lottery.
And that is the diametric opposite of what Gavin McInnes does. Gavin McInnes has said historically, I'm remarkably cheap. And Gavin has also run a shitload of businesses. And Anthony has said numerous times, I don't want to be the boss. I don't want to be in charge. Yeah, but when it comes to managing like dollars and cents, like you got to be in charge. That's why he put Keith the Cop in charge at first. Then E-Rock was in charge. But, and they did like at the end, they started canning some people. But,
for the past 10 years.
Well, so we're talking about Anthony Cumia, right?
Yes, Cumia, yes. Yeah. How do you not know Anthony Cumia?
I'm sorry.
You've never heard of the famous Opie and Anthony?
Oh, wow.
He's Anthony.
It's funny to watch people like, What the fuck is an Anthony? I have no idea. Opie and Anthony. Oh, that. Okay.
Of that, Opie and Anthony.
Okay, wow, another famous racist. Okay, this is a good.
Yes,
Whoa! That guy better look out. He might get a mean tweet. That is, dude, I gotta say, Twitter's the fucking weirdest adult daycare I've ever seen in my life. People are like, Anthony destroyed you. I'm like, what? Yeah, Anthony destroyed you. I look at the tweet. Anthony's mad you made a very apples to apples comparison for Gino and Keanu. And again, when people can't answer the comparison, that's when you get the rage and the hostility. I get it. I used to be that way. But you get the rage and the hostility and the hamana. It's one of the perks of, telling it like it is. A lot of people they're not going to know how to take you or handle you.
Very famous racist. So yeah, two very famous racists are on the show. I'm not racist, so I don't use the N-word. I just want that. Write that down for the people that are clipping this episode. So you took it over, and now Gino Bisconte is out there crying because he doesn't have a free, show anymore.
Does Alex not like Gino? I thought Alex liked them both. Jeez. Now Gino's out there crying that he doesn't have a free show anymore. Geez, I mean, the guy and his fiance just stuck a fucking sword in my back, and I wouldn't even have said that.
I'm empathetic too, but what's the deal with all that drama?
Well, I told Gino, I made him an offer, but it was like 1/10 of what he was making at Compound.
Oh no! And I don't know how much. We never talked, that kind of shop. We were hanging out like buddies, I guess. But 1/10, like I've heard I don't know what he was making at Compound, but I heard rumors that it was $4,000 a month. Could be more than that. Could be more. I don't know. But I heard he was making $4,000 a month. If he offered 10%, that's $400 a month. I mean, fuck. If that's the offer he was getting, I could have hired Gino.
I'm sorry, but I'm a free market dude. I'm Scottish. We're cheaper than Jews. And my thing is, if it makes dollars, it makes sense. And I think Ant was more like, Italians. He's like, hey, come on in. You want some more prosciutto? And I'm like, no, you've had enough prosciutto. Hold on a second here. You pay for your prosciutto, you can have.
Well, that's true. Anthony was more of I want to take care of these people, and there was a lot of feeling in it, and I like them. I don't want them to suffer or hurt. It's very noble. Just terrible fucking business. Gavin's got the right idea for business. Gavin's got the wrong idea for friends. He's got the right idea for business, but does Gavin need friends? I mean, you're married. You've got how many fucking kids? Honestly, and he's in his 50s? At that age, with that many kids and everything else, you need 2 or 3 friends. Really? Because you don't have time to see them. Like I'm 37. I got 3 kids. I probably have, I don't mean to brag, too many friends. I got friends. I just saw one of my best friends in the entire world like 3 or 4 weeks ago. And I hadn't seen him in a year and a half. And like when we hang out, we're old buddies. It's fine, whatever. But like as you get older, you realize I got way too many fucking friends. Like I have time to see maybe 2 of them, maybe 3 on like a regular basis, like monthly. So you don't really need pals in this business. You don't need buddies.
And this is the other thing people don't realize. Anthony was kind of on the tail end of those big multi-million-dollar checks that radio broadcasters get. Now, in this day and age, they don't get those contracts. So Anthony is still considerably wealthy, I would guess. But financially, this has to be much better for him, even if he does have money. Now he's saving a lot of money. Let's just be real.
I mean, he was grossing over $1 million with that site, and it was all going to the staff. I need a bigger net than that. I think, if you're not making 30-40% net, you got to change your business plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing a streaming show and you're making over $1 million a year, fuck, you shouldn't be spending that much at all. Were they losing money? There's no fuck. I mean, there is a fucking way. But like, even if you're Anthony, okay, pay yourself $300,000 a year. I don't know how much he needs to fucking live his life. I don't know the fucking guy. But like, pay yourself 1/3 or 40% of it. Yeah, I know you got to pay like all of your, payroll taxes, and that's what, 7.5%. And then there's state payroll tax and all of it. There's a ton of shit. But like $1 million, you're probably overpaying a lot of people if you're running a streaming business at $1 million. Oh, well, first of all, that studio is probably remarkably expensive.
Because he's spending $1 million, and if you're not getting a lot, that's a lot of hot dogs without a lot of mustard back to put on them, and everybody needs mustard on their hot dogs. Gavin,
how much are you making at Blaze these days?
What? I make about $62,000 a year.
I don't believe you.
$5,000 a month, and then I get a $2,000 bonus if I don't get arrested.
That's how much I make for eating fried chicken.
Yes. And
Is Alex? I'm being bothered by something. It's very autistic, but whatever. Is Alex going through menopause? Why is he fanning himself? Why are we so hot? Did Glenn Beck shut off the AC? Is this some kind of weird, like, runaway slave hotbox situation? Like, Alex is he on TRT? What the fuck is going? How much did he say he just gets paid?
$62,000 a year. On their hot dogs. Gavin,
how much are you making at Blaze these days?
What? I make about $62,000 a year.
I don't believe you.
$5,000 a month, and then I get a $2,000 bonus if I don't get arrested.
That's how much.
I believe that. I believe Alex makes about $5,000 a month at Blaze. He gets to do all of his other shit like YouTube and all of that stuff. So yeah, I believe that. Alex should be making like. But that means if Blaze is his highest source of income, that means Alex is only making about $100,000 a year. I feel like Alex should be worth more than that. I'm not saying like to the Blaze, but like all the stuff he does, I would have figured Alex into the $200,000-300,000 a year range. Huh. Okay, well, you learned something. I mean, it's very honest of him.
How much I make for eating fried chicken?
Yes, and we don't pay him at all. No, and I'm very lucky to be at the Blaze, but you are right. You got to get subscribers, you got to get content, you got to get clicks. It's not that easy, and people going on their own, they're realizing it would have been better, and this is no disrespect to Gino, and I like Chrissy too. They got to build their own show. That's just the only way to make it. You can't be reliant on anybody else. I mean, is that a bad assessment?
Yeah, it's not the Wild Wild West because that's not the phrase, but it is the Wild West. And the days of...
You know what? Thank God somebody else said it. I've always fucking hated that phrase. The Wild Wild West. I've never heard anybody say there's no such thing as the Wild Wild West. That was a fucking shitty Will Smith movie. They called it the Wild West. And even that's technically like a marketing phrase.
Having a network where you spend all this money and you have this show and that show and everything, that's gone. Now it's more like everyone is their own YouTube, and we'll give you the infrastructure, but you got to eat what you kill.
I'm gonna say this. That is the show for that is in hot water. That is in hot water. Do not kid yourself, people.
Shit.
What happened?
No, I'm just saying it's a lie.
That is in hot water for.
Can we fix the air in the mics? Can we fix the... Don't you have 3 fucking Compound Media engineers working there? We can't get the air out of the fucking sound, for Christ's sake?
Wednesday, July 10th, hopefully we can keep doing this. Like, don't get me wrong, this is Impound Media. If you think we're going to cross the picket line, don't kid yourself. You have two choices in every moment. You can choose joy or you can choose fear.
Oh, well, so it must give you joy to shove swords in your friends' backs at the word of a liar. That's very kind. That's very nice of you. That's rich. High road, Aaron. High road, Aaron. Would have done anything for the guy.
And you could either be happy to be alive or you could be afraid of fucking change and listen to the people that think you're afraid. You could listen to the bullies that are like, oh, they'll come around or they're going to do.
Who's No, wait a minute. Now there's no bullies saying you'll come around. Gavin's not bullying you. Gavin's offering you what he feels you're worth. This has always bothered me about radio too. I always used to tell people in radio this. If you quit bitching about how you're worth more and just go fucking prove it. I thought I was in a shitty situation in Wilmer, Minnesota. And they were like, well, we're paying you very well. And for like that part of my life in my 20s and everything, they were paying me very well. But I fucking hated it. It was a terrible situation. And they're like, you have two choices then. You can bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch, or you can go, I'll show you. And you can go somewhere else and you can make more money. And I went to 101. I started this show 10 years ago and I made a fuckload more money. So you can't be like, oh, I'm not going to cave into the bullies. He's not bullying you. He's offering you what he feels you're worth. If he's wrong, do something else, fuck him in the mouth, and prove that they're wrong. Prove him wrong. Or if he offers you a percentage deal, you get to prove him wrong while also working for a network and also doing a YouTube show. This is the advice I could be giving behind the scenes.
Do this or whatever, but the bottom line is you do things for money, you do things for the love of what you do. And I'm going to sit back, get pizza, watch Garrett and Steve because I love them. But don't ever think a 55-year-old psycho is going to be like, really? You'll give me one show? Stop it. Stop it. Jesus Christ. Your whole life's a goddamn fork, and you think everyone's going to be like, well, he's so cool. Suck a dick. Suck a dick. That's in hot water.
Suck a dick.
Thank you, guys.
Didn't Keanu say that Johnny would stare like he didn't want to be there? I don't know, man. I understand it from Gavin's point of view. I understand that it must be very frustrating and upsetting. I mean, believe me, I know the fucking psychotic feeling you get. I know the feeling of panic you get when you lose a well-paying gig. But you got to pick yourself up. You got to keep doing your thing, and you got to go get that somewhere else. That makes you feel bad. I feel bad for him. But it also gives me a little insight into the turning on old Aaron. I think there's a little bit of panic and lashing out going on here. Packerbacker says for a bit, and again, I wouldn't want to be friends again, but if anyone wanted to reach out and go, hey, sorry, that got away from us a little bit, I would say, hey, it's in the past, forgive and forget, whatever. But when people are in a tough spot and they lash out, let them. Like, what are you going to do? Pound them further into the ground? What are you going to do? Make them feel even shittier and more desperate? How does that help you? If people want to make mistakes and do terrible, what I've learned is every time in the last 7 months of my life, I tried to stop people from making mistakes. I paid for it with psychological abuse and being treated like dog shit. So now if people are going to make mistakes and harm themselves, you have to let them. Adults have to figure shit out on their own. Packerbacker says for a bit there, Joanne and Bill were bringing down $10K a month as well. No, there's no way they were making $10,000 a month. Ant was running a damn gravy train. Gavin pushed them and Bobby out early. Packerbacker says crazy part is Ant has been in talks with Gavin since he started building his house in South Carolina. Gavin knew a year ago, but he's not telling anyone that since it will make him look bad to Garrett, Steve, and Drew. I didn't know. I don't know where you heard that. But Bigot on socialist media says didn't seem very smart to shit on Gavin right now. Gavin can offer 5% instead. Well, that's just it. Gavin is going day by day. And Gavin is seeing, well, the subs aren't dropping. The money's not dropping. I can just keep running this as I am. It can just be Anthony and I. And then the more you just go online, it's, Gino and Nick are kind of doing the same thing. Nick's doing it with his case by antagonizing and shitting on the people who have all the evidence and proof against him. And Gino's doing it by shitting all over Gavin and shitting all over Censored and like yelling. It's just like, guys, figure your shit out. But then again, if that was their mantra, you wouldn't end up in this position. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, can we bring back the Flat Broke Gino song, please? Anyone who thinks I'm enjoying watching this happen to these people has a gross misunderstanding of where I'm trying to go. I don't enjoy this. I just watch mistakes and I go, back in the day I would have went, try to fix the mistake. And now I'm like, it's not your mistake to fix, dude. You learn the hard way. Bigot on Socialist Media says, Gavin offered Gino 10%. I doubt he will go higher. I guess Gino is unemployed right now. Landers, Gino's too damn fucking stupid to understand Anthony has been trying to drop his ass for a hot minute. I actually think Anthony's been very loyal to Gino. You can't run a successful business while you are hemorrhaging money. McBuster says, Kiki bullied the fuck out of Johnny with her mother yesterday. Yeah, that's unfortunate. When you're wrong about people and you trusted people, and it's hard not to feel a little responsible. It's hard not to feel like, boy, I kind of should have saw this coming, or like I should have saw this in someone's character, but I'm terrible at it, man. I'm terrible at it. King Kong Dong says, Aaron learned many years ago about fixing mistakes. His name was Zach. I like Zach. Sam Show says, it's okay, Aaron. It's a little funny. It's not. I've been in the position Gino's been in. It's terrifying. It's fucking terrifying. You don't know what the fuck you're going to do. And I did it while I had 3 fucking children. I had 3 kids and I went through the shit. Losing my mind. Set this thing up. Made a little more money because my audience supported it. Fucking awesome. Honky says, tinfoil theory here. Remember when Gino told you Gavin doesn't care about steel toe? Do you think Gino was pulling up the ladder on you in the long shot that you can get a censored gig? No, I don't think Gavin knows who I am. I don't think Gavin... I think when Gino said Gavin doesn't care about steel toe, I don't think Gavin cares about steel toe. I think that was just a literal reference. McBuster... I'm sorry. Sam Show says that was the real problem. Anthony brought Gavin in to clean up the books. That involves eating Gino. I mean, that involves eating anyone Gavin doesn't see as profitable. Wow, God, people are really shitting on Keanu, like not just on our show, but everywhere. Oof. Yeah, see, that's why I don't really need to do any burying. I corrected the lies. We move on. I mean, it's not good to say you didn't get money from people or you didn't get gifts from people when the receipts these days are just right on one device. It's odd to me, but maybe there's more going on there than I know. Unlike Gino, Aaron can actually bring subs to the current censored compound model. I don't know. How many of you would pay $10 a month for censored if I did a show there? I think I could probably get a few, max a few hundred. And if they, let's say we could get 500 people at $5 a pop, that's what, $2,500 a month? Ooh, that cuts out the evening shows. No. I find it hilarious that Keanu and her chat thought you were secretly in chat watching. Did they really? Yeah, I was hanging out with a girl, and I was hanging out with old Slam Piece, and we were having our own good time. I'm sorry, the internet doesn't do it for me in that way. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor, Aaron, you were covering for her shit accent and C-wordy disposition. Now that you don't have that veil, you see what we all saw the entire time. The chat was right. Well, I mean, I guess you guys can take a victory lap then. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says Gino is a backstabbing piece of shit. He's learning karma is a bigger cunt bag than Keanu. Fun to watch. Look, again, I don't wish bad on anybody. I really don't. It like I said, hurts my feelings. Whatever. Don't need to see him buried, though. People typically, in the end, get what they deserve. I probably went a little heavy on. I went heavy on the Ricada stuff because I lived through it, and it really fucked me up psychologically badly. But I also, I mean, when I left, you saw that I didn't say anything bad until after, you know, he humiliated himself publicly, and then they got arrested. And then after that, I'm like, well, I confessed before they were arrested. After he humiliated himself, I'm like, I better confess. I just better confess my sins and what I saw and what I was a part of and move on with my life and, you know, hope people forgive. But there was also they're going to, you know, people like that get theirs. And they're all getting theirs right now. So I don't need to pile on. You know, what's the old, maybe I have to take the dip your toe in the river of iniquity line. Maybe that's what I got to do. Dead Game says, hey, same thing I said about Ape. She could get it, but I wouldn't ring it. Oh, thank you, Dead Game. Everybody's an expert at the end, right? Everybody's an expert at the end. Oh. Joseph Cormier with $4.99 says, love movie quotes, right? Well, as Jules said to Brett, my name's Pitt, and you ain't talking your way out of this shit. Thank you, Joseph. $2. Come on, click the like. There you go. There. Sorry, I was having problems. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $2 says it'd be great to go after 1047. Why? I like them. They're great. I'm kidding. Bad Luck Boys with $5 says everyone in the ROTC camp hated you except me. I was nice. Right. I was nice to you. I fucking didn't shit on you at all. You made my co-host cry, and I comforted him. I think you might be a little too sensitive about this. I really do. The Mersh thing does baffle me a little bit because I'm like, my co-host started crying. I was like, this is fucking weird. I turned off the show. I took him out to breakfast. We talked. Everything was good. And I'm just like, I think my big thing was like, Merch, could you fucking give the guy a break? And Merch's like, you motherfucking piece of shit. I guess I'm a motherfucking piece of shit. Sir Vosif with $2 with another acronym, Distinguished Aaron reliably voices opinions. That's very funny. Avarice with $5 says brevity is a wise man's trait. Drop your text from the polycule and move on. Your W is more L-shaped every day. Oh, not at all. I think you watch what's going on with everyone. I feel very comfortable with where I'm at. Los Federales with $2 says, what are you at fault for in the Keanu situation? Probably overvaluing and overestimating what friendship I had with people I hung out with twice and how much they really care. Like, my perception of it is probably my mistake. All right. The Bad Luck Boys with $5 says, boy, Mersh really doesn't know my life very well. He's kind of embarrassing himself. You don't have kids. Ashley and her husband have kids. You have occasional roommates you feed chicken nuggets to. Your kids are a prop like Ricadas. I mean, if that's the way you want to take it, I think the amount of fucking time I spend with them would beg to differ. But hey, I don't want the internet thinking that Mersh is right. Dude, it's probably time to dry up, but I'm not going to make you do it. I tried to do that with someone else before. It doesn't work out well for me. Kiki's Disco Wedding with $2 says someone asked her an ant question, dodged it, tanked internet. Yeah, I saw that. Somebody sent me that. Plankton with $4.99 says Keanu claims you manipulated them by getting to them before April. I say I was in a fucking horrible situation. I was fucked up as all hell. And I called my friends to talk to them. I manipulated them. Everything I've said, it's come out totally true. There's a lot of stuff I haven't fucking told them because it's too much for people. It's like you feel like you're kind of burdening them a little bit. Look, I think maybe it's a women of a feather flock together type of thing, but God bless. God bless. Oh, man. Where are we? What is Aaron trying to say with that shirt, says MSO. My My Gordon Lightfoot shirt? Nothing wrong with my Gordon Lightfoot shirt. Lander says, nah, Mersch will die in a puddle of his own piss and probably some shitty off-brand whiskey. Yeah, see, I mean, people certainly have their opinions of others. Anthony with $20 says, thank you for the great content at the expense of your life lately. F. Melton, that greasy, fat pile of shit. Yikes. Yeah. Oh, I see. MSO says I'm wearing a Gordon Lightfoot shirt, meaning I'm light in the loafers. I see. Oh God, Jesus Christ. We're only 140 away from today. Guys, PayPal, Streamlabs, all that. That's the first time I've said that today. PayPal, Streamlabs, etc. Go ahead and knock it out. We're only 140 away. Looks like we've got this thing. But keep her going so I don't make myself look like an asshole later on. All right. We're all caught up. Let's move on to something else. That is unfortunate with the in hot water thing. That's too bad. A couple of messages here. You need to stop talking to or with Ethan Ralph. I know you think you know what you are doing, but it's going to blow up in your face. I think I've only given you good advice, so please take this advice. Don't engage Ralph. He is a registered... I'm not going to read shit. I don't know if it's true or not. And you don't want your name attached to that type of a person. Birds of a feather flock together. Don't get that label. Well, I'm not talking to him privately. I told him yesterday, I go, I'll address you on my show. We never talk shop. Aaron, you said that about Ricada and Gino. Both stabbed you in the back. Has Aaron learned yet? Time will tell. 2021 Imholt would have called them ad hominems and publicly blocked their numbers. You've matured greatly. Wow. Thank you. That is, again, a high compliment, and I appreciate it. This is going to be a great one. We got, okay, we're all just making sure I'm caught up here. I don't want to miss anybody and have them get mad at me. 140 away from today's goal. If you want to help knock it out, all of the links are in the chat. And you can do it a variety of ways. Thank you for all of your contributions to our lovely little show. NBC did a report outside of a Lululemon in Washington, D.C. And the whole point of the report was to talk about crime in D.C., stores being robbed, a robbery that had happened earlier that day. And while the news report was being done, guess what happened? Let me just show you.
Here looking into the earlier crime when this happened. The video shows 3 women. 2 were wearing surgical masks, grabbing big arms.
Wow, you got to be healthy, right? Can't go in there getting people sick when you're stealing all their shit. I love it. You can't swing a dead cat in these cities anymore without seeing a robbery in progress because the laws in these cities are that the store can't call for, well, they can call for help, but they can't have their own security. They can't physically stop anybody or they could get in big trouble. So you basically have to let people steal from you. Now, when the word is out that these stores are going to let people steal from them, then obviously people are going to steal from them. So now what's happening is you have news reports where they're like, hey, a robbery happened a little while ago. No, not the one you're watching now. There was another one that happened earlier here, but now there's people here now. Let me see if I can talk to the robbers. Guys, what are you doing? Chilling. Like, it really has made, in a weird way, robbery safer and more approachable. Because if you watch the people who do this stuff, they literally just grab the coats or the shirts or the pants or whatever. They grab the clothes off the racks as though they're shopping, and they just walk the fuck out. Or like at a CVS or a Walgreens, they just take off their backpack, open it up, and just start clearing shit into the bag. That's all. Uh-oh. I fucked that up. I got to refresh it. I forgot. If you try to rewind Twitter videos.
We were here looking into the earlier crime when this happened. The video shows 3 women. 2 were wearing surgical masks, grabbing big armfuls of clothing from the Lululemon store on Clarendon Boulevard in Arlington.
Look, they're not like rushing out. This isn't like a heist movie where they're like, come on, we got to go. They have no worry that a cop's going to be there. They have no worry that there's security that's going to catch them. The one is walking out with stolen goods and then just casually holding the door open for the other one. That's how easy robbery is now. So yeah, I guess maybe you've made it safer for like maybe a clerk won't get beaten or whatever. But I don't think this is preferable for them.
They appeared to be in no hurry. One woman stopped to pick up items falling out of her overloaded arms. The video was taken at 7:11 p.m. That is only 2 hours after the store had been targeted for an earlier organized.
Oh God! So just 2 hours like clockwork, people come in and steal. And Lululemon, they're like, I'm not a chick, obviously, but they're expensive. I shouldn't say obviously. That's just going to lead to ridicule. But that's an expensive store. So you start ripping off shit there twice a day, that store ain't going to stay in business much longer.
Theft crime. In that case, 2 women grabbed armloads of pricey athletic wear and walked out without paying. We're not sure if the same people were involved in both cases.
Now that would be the funniest part. Is if in both robberies it was the same people. Like, robbery is so safe and so easy. Like, robbery in D.C. is as safe as the streets should be. Like, in a perfect city, the safety to walk down the sidewalk and shop would be like, oh, this is nothing. This is great. This is fine. This is whatever. In D.C., it's the inverse, where going in and just stealing shit and taking shit is a very casual whistle while you work kind of a thing. That would be great if the same people just went back. I mean, the lack of fear, the lack of any respect for, that there might be consequences for this. Like this, nothing would prove how bad these cities are fucking up more than 2 people walking into a store, stealing a bunch of shit, heading home, getting some lunch, and then going back to the store and stealing more. I would love it. They're also saying that there were no guns involved in the robbery. Oh, well, thank Christ. So at least that way now, when that store closes down and people in that community are out of a job and there's one less place for people to get their Lululemon, at least people will be happy that there were no guns involved. And the reason there were no guns involved is because there don't have to be anymore because it's totally safe to rip these people off. Why add a gun charge to what you're doing when they're just going to let you take the shit anyway? Sam Show says it oftentimes is the same people. That's a good point. Bigot on socialist media writes, they even blurred out their faces. Yeah, why are you blurring out the faces of people who committed probably felony level theft? Well, we have to protect their identity. We don't want to embarrass them on national television. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says likely the same people involved in both. Certain people tend to commit the same type of crimes. Thank you, Buffalo Jockey. Kif with $1.99 says Mersh wouldn't be scared to look up acronym. I know what the acronym means, Kif. I get what the joke is. It's very funny. Let's do it 50,000 times in a row. You guys are funny, but I will say this: your creativity is lacking. It could be better. Donald Trump has been constantly referencing Hannibal Lecter lately, and people have been wondering why. People are saying that perhaps he's rambling or he's going, and he defended himself recently at a Florida rally about these Hannibal Lecter comparisons. Now I'm not like Trump could brutally fumble and fuck up every single rally that he does, and he could still beat Joe Biden. But comparing yourself to people from movies, I think it's fun. I think that's great to relate to a character and everything. But the guy who eats Jack Pembry's face off and, is dining on the doctor of the insane asylum, I don't know. Trump rallies are known for certain recurring themes. Among them, a steady stream of bizarre asides on topics like marbles, whales, and the perils of electric vehicles. And after a few months now, fans have come to expect rants about Hannibal Lecter. So Trump actually addressed this at his latest rally. Let's check this out. I hope he did it in a funny way and not like, no, I don't eat people. Like, he had to actually come out and, like, that would be the media's thing. They make, should he deny cannibalism charges? Come on.
Under the Biden border disaster, other countries are emptying out their prisons and their jails. They're emptying out their mental institutions. And I go a step further.
It's like Muriel Harbor in Scarface. See, I did a movie thing too.
Institutions. And I go a step further. You know what an insane asylum is, right? Did anyone ever see the lovely movie Silence of the Lambs? Did you see it?
I love Silence of the Lambs. I like 2 out of the 3 movies. I think Hannibal kind of stinks. But Red Dragon and Silence of the Lambs are both great movies. I wouldn't describe them as lovely. I mean, gripping, thrilling, exciting, lovely. I mean,
did you ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? He was a lovely man.
You ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? He was a lovely man. I looked at Hannibal Lecter. I said, "You're a lovely man." All right. Again, I would describe Hannibal Lecter many ways. Lovely. I mean, let's talk to Hester Moffat about this.
He would love to have you for dinner. He will take you. You have many people for dinner. Well, we have.
You know what I'd like? I like my presidential frontrunners to make vague cannibal references. That's who I. All right, guys, here are your choices. If there's ever been proof that we need a 3rd, 4th, and 5th party more. All right, guys, here are your choices for president. All right, what do we got? Hit me with it. Well, one guy can't form a coherent sentence and probably is in the throes of Parkinson's disease. Okay, that sounds bad. Who else you got? This guy constantly invokes what a great guy Hannibal Lecter was. Wasn't Hannibal Lecter the cannibal from? Yes, one and the same. Oh, okay. Do you have a 3rd guy? Yeah, we got a 3rd guy. What does he do? He says some smart shit sometimes, but he talks really funny and it makes people uncomfortable. All right, fine. I'll go with the cannibal guy.
Many people for dinner. Well, we have a lot of people coming in. They always say, "Oh, that's terrible," the Trump would say. He's rambling about Hannibal Lecter. No, I'm not rambling. We are allowing people from insane asylums and mental institutions.
I don't think we're getting a lot of Hannibal Lecters, though. I feel like we're getting more multiple Miggses. You know, the guy who threw cum at Jodie Foster. I think that might be the person that we're getting from the insane asylums there. I don't know if we're getting like really brilliant doctors who secretly eat people. But again, I could be wrong.
Into our country by the tens of thousands, and they're closing them down in other countries. Because you know the cost savings and all of the savings, and sending bloodthirsty terrorists, savage gang members, and child predators into the United States.
I love that. That's my favorite part of any Trump speech, because Trump does a little teleprompter and then he does a little patter. I love when Trump goes from patter back to the Jesus Christ, now I'm doing it. The telepool, the teleport, the telephone, teleprompter. Thank you. I love, like, when Trump goes like, Hannibal Lecter, he liked having people over for dinner, and I'd have him over for dinner. I'd have some appetizers. We'd have a main course. And the savages and the terrorists that are coming into this country shall never prosper against a free and valuable America. Thank you. It's just, when he goes from the ad-libbing back to the teleprompter is my favorite. Let's go back to him, like, talking about Lecter, and then you can tell exactly when he starts reading again.
Into our country by the tens of thousands, and they're closing them down in other countries. Because you know the cost savings and all of the savings, and sending bloodthirsty terrorists, savage gang members, and child predators into the United States to prey on our people, to prey on you, to prey on everybody.
See, there's teleprompter voice, and then there's, let me fuck around with you a little bit. Let me flesh this out, see where it goes. All right, this ad lib led to another, this was a Hunter Biden reference. All right, good. This banter was good. Go back to the teleprompter. All right, I'm going to banter a little bit. All right, that banter was me talking about how I kind of like the Cannibal Doctor movie guy. Let's fucking go back to terrorism. That might be better. We got a couple people. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, today, Junior. Sorry. I did fuck that up. I'm sorry, and I apologize. Ethan with $40 over on PayPal. Wow, thank you, Ethan. Appreciate that. So what are we at now? We're at an even hundo? All right. Thanks, guys. Boy, these fucking solo shows are cooking. Thank you very much. 100 even for the rest of the day. And last goal of the week. I mean, the next one is Rumble Friday, where we're going to be doing links and shit, so that'll be fun. Let's knock out that last 100 and call it another win for the toe. Appreciate it. You know, with the amount of channels we're fucking carrying right now, with the amount of people that are making their bones or trying to get some heat off of me, we really should change the toe to TOW. It should be steel toe, because we're carrying a lot of people. Like, we are kind of the go-to for a lot of people who need some heat. No! Slam Piece took back the compliment. Don't take back the compliment. I was making fun of my own dick. She goes, because she said, thanks for the trail mix and the big hog. Woo. And I went, big hog. I go, I was trying to be modest about my dick. And she goes, Jesus, I rescind the compliment then. It was lovely. I was making fun of my own cock. Sometimes you can't win, boys and girls. Now watch, she's going to do a 3-hour stream about me. Somebody texts in, telephone, tell a friend, tell a lie about where you've been. Send a pigeon, send a fax, write it on a Post-it pad. Send a signal up in smoke, tap it out in Morse code. I prefer a bad excuse. No news. $100 away. Thank you guys very much for all of your support and being as cool as you are. Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble rants, etc. All right, so Trump wants to let us know he's not rambling. He just really fucking loves Hannibal Lecter. I understand. It's fine. Minneapolis, oh no. This one comes from Minnesota. God, these fucking new shorts I gotta stop wearing skirts on the show. Jesus. I got the bunchiest shorts in the world. Please enjoy this video of Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey dancing to Somali music while dressed in the Somali flag. Oh, boy. There was a time where Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, he was like front and center during the George Floyd shit. Like, he was a national figure. And he was kind of like little Trudeau. Like, he was a little wispy-haired, pussy, like quasi-socialist guy. And then the George Floyd stuff happened, and he got a little bit more law and ordery, and he kind of, I think he kind of sensed, like, boy, the people on my side are a little fucking batshit. I think I'm going to tone it down a little bit. And he did. And then black people at the George Floyd rally started booing him. Like, he was their hero. They're like, we love Jacob Frey. The mayor's great. And then one day the mayor went, hey, could you guys do me a favor? Don't burn down the police precinct. I would consider it a bad thing if you burn down the police precinct. And the minute Jacob Frey told them not to burn down the police precinct was the minute that the protesters turned on him. They're like, fuck him. He's not one of us. They booed him. He went on stage to talk to protesters, talk to ralliers at some George Floyd event. And they literally booed him off the stage. He had to leave. Now, I don't know if he's trying to get some of that, liberal swag back. I don't know if he's trying to, curry favor with the more progressive people in Minnesota. But yeah, he had a little fun a couple of days ago. He went to a Somalia it was an Ilhan Omar campaign event. And while he was there, they were playing Somali music. They had Somali flags because Ilhan Omar is not only Somali, but a lot of the people voting in her district are Somali as well. Even the Republicans that run against her are usually Somali in that district. So Ilhan Omar has also been getting a lot of shit lately because herself and the Prime Minister of Somalia and others have spoken about how she's going to put Somalia first over Minnesota and the United States, which is kind of a fucked up thing to say. So Jacob Frey shows up at this Ilhan Omar rally to kind of, to give her a boost. Not that she needs one. I mean, she'll probably win that district going away. It's such a blue district. But he went up there to kind of give her a little encouragement, to show his face, to say, hey, I'm one of you. Remember to vote for me when you're voting for her. This is how Jacob Frey decided to bond, I guess you could say, with the audience. Oh, shit. This is 3 minutes long? Now, I don't know if this is a Somali flag t-shirt, because nowadays the Somali flag and the Minnesota state flag look eerily similar. So it's hard to tell exactly which one's which, but I think he's wearing a Somali flag.
Somali anulato!
Ew.
Somali anulato!
I will say white people doing the accent when they speak a foreign language, always hated it. I like more like Lieutenant Aldo Rain in Inglourious Bastards. I like his Italian accent. Arrivederci. Yeah, don't change your voice. Just speak the words. Like I always use Barack Obama as an example when he used to say Pakistan. Barack Obama used to go, we're going into Afghanistan. We've obviously been in Iraq. We're also working with our allies in Pakistan. You're like, what the fuck was that? Like, what do you mean, what the fuck was that? Well, the guy was talking normal for a second, and then all of a sudden he started talking like he was going to take me up Mount Everest. Oh, no, he's just showing deference and respect to our culture. Well, you don't see like, if someone's from Pakistan, they don't go, oh, it's very nice. I'm so glad you're here, my friend. Thank you very much. It's so good to see people from Houston, Texas. They don't do that. They talk in their fucking Pakistani voice. They go, oh, it is very nice to see you from Houston, Texas. Okay, that is very good. In America, we can just go, Nicaragua's another one where they'll go, and, we were flying the drugs, out of Nicaragua. And you're like, why did you just say it like a fucking swarthy Latino? Like, well, I'm being culturally deferential. Just pronounce the fucking thing. Like it's Chile. It's not Chile. The people in Chile will call it Chile, but we'll call it Chile because here it's Chile and there it's Chile. It makes sense. To Tony Montana, this was the United States. I think maybe to Mersh, it's probably the United States too, but you get the idea. Just talk how you talk and say the words how you say the words. There's a certain talking down to third world people, I feel like. When Americans do the Pakistan, Nicaragua, Chile, Brazil. When they do that kind of thing, I feel like they're kind of almost treating the third world people with disrespect. Like they're going, all right, you can trust me because I'm talking in your voice. I'm one of the good ones. It's gross. Oh, no, we're not. Stop. There's no better way to show a voting bloc you're their bitch than dancing like an absolute white turd at their event while wearing. So he was wearing a Somali flag and also holding a Somali flag. Boy, I hope the Somalis there know that this guy's on their side. I mean, he's being very subtle about it.
Hey!
Stop!
Let's do it!
You don't need to dance with every single one of them. Oh no! Why are we? Stop lawn mowing right now. And why did they why are there 3 minutes of supercuts of this? Look, man, I know I want to tell the people, you guys don't understand Minnesota politics. I want to tell the people of Minneapolis to vote for somebody else. But you don't understand. This guy might be the best option we have. If they go and vote for somebody else, they're going to vote for the most left-wing progressive person you've ever seen in your life. It'll be Progressobot 5000. You might just want to keep your dorky New Balance Somali dancing guy because it could, when people say, oh, come on, man, it couldn't get worse. Oh, no, in Minneapolis, it can still get way worse. We're still a little bit ahead of L.A. and Seattle and D.C. and Chicago, but we're one bad mayor away from slipping right into it. We call this one the group ski. We're just all, you get your poles, you're just pulling them down. Or the double jerk. This is the pole ski or the double jerk. Either one. Depends on where the guy is. Look, I understand doing certain things because you're an elected official and you have to pander to certain communities. This is going way further than that. And I really hope that people who were there are super uncomfortable. And they're like, Jesus, Mr. Mayor, you can stop. It's fine. Like, we get it. You like us Somalis. You're cool. You didn't come here and start yelling about how we all need to be sent back to Mogadishu. We're just nice to see you here. A simple, hey, Somalis are this nation's backbone, and then off you go. You didn't need to do all that, sir. Yeah, that's now a double jerk. That's definitely jacking off two dudes is what that motion is. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Somalis, the only blacks who can't dance. We found one. We got one. He's way too into it, too. Stop. Now it's like a bunny hop kind of thing he's doing. There's still 2 minutes of this shit. Doesn't he have AIDS? Not like the disease. I know he looks a little. Doesn't he have people who help him who can get up on stage? Like, okay, so Joe Biden has Jill Biden, right? And when he's shitting his pants, she hurries him off the stage. This guy's shitting his pants metaphorically. Can't we get him out of there? You know what this sounds like? This sounds like the song that Indian guy did. The I am a good person or whatever. Oh, God, what was that song called? The Indian guy. Indian guy and girl singing. This one. Venu Malesh. It's my life, whatever I want to do. That's we're going to play both of these songs. It sounded exactly like it to me. Hold on. Okay. Now, hold on. Now let me go back to. No, it's not. It could be. It definitely could be like a remix beat, though. Maybe it could work. Put your hands up. There could be a collab in the future. Stop. Why is Gay Dierks Bentley doing this? There's no. You've done enough. You can the artist that did this song do like a cease and desist or any other thing? Like, this isn't even white guy dancing. This is bad. This is worse than that. This isn't even dad dancing. This is like gay progressive dancing. This is it's a different level.
Somali Hanulato!
Oh, God.
Somali Hanulato!
Is that the... Oh, you know what? That's the only Somali he knows. Because he's been yelling that like it's Allahu Akbar. He's been yelling that as like a refrain this whole time. Somali Hanulato! Yep, that's the only Somali he knows. God, learn something else, you lazy fuck. Oh, sorry. That's free space. Assalamu alaikum is not, that doesn't mean you know another language. That's a free one. We've all seen Kingdom of Heaven.
Inshallah, Magayegawad Jacob Frey, Arub. Doka Magalada of Minneapolis.
Oh shit, okay. He knows a few phrases.
Williging Maarak 10, Wiladan of Somali Kodlayo. Inshallah.
I love how now everyone's ignoring him now. Like all these guys before were like, let's make the fucking white liberal dance like a dick. And then once he starts like, okay guys, now I want to give the people my message. They all turn around. They're like, yeah. So anyway, the next song we're going to play. All right. I want it to be like kind of a medium pace, like not another upbeat one. We don't want to wear them out too early. And then after that, like they should have turned around and be like, Mr. Mayor, could you keep it down a little bit? We're trying to plan the, thank you.
It is such an honor to be here with all of you. We appreciate everything that you do here in Minneapolis.
Do you notice that he's still kind of got his Somali accent going as he switches back into English? Oh, I love this guy. The only problem is, like I said, you can't get rid of him because Minneapolis might pick someone more liberal than him.
From the very beginning, when I came to this city, it was the Somali community that made me feel like home.
Oh, fuck off. I hope even the Somalis who are there are like, dude, stop it. It's not. It was the Somali community that made a little skinny as a rail white progressive remind me of what home was like. Really?
Mahat said it. I love you. Thank you so much. Happy Somali Independence Day, everybody.
Can Somalia really have, I know they were, like they stopped being a colony, but like, are they even a unified country right now? Aren't they still in their civil war phase? I thought that they were still fighting all over that fucking country. There's like 3 or 4 different people that are claiming to be the leaders of Somalia, and they all have a little bit of land. Chucky B with $9.99 says, this is their way of disinviting you instead of manning up and contacting you. Oh, I thought we all kind of knew that. But yes. Oh, look, Drunk Mersh is still here. Let's see what he's got now. $5 says, you're a dude Ant and Gavin doesn't respect. It would be don't respect. Ant fled Sullivan's when I showed up. You swept for a pedo who never respected you? Oh, he means Anthony. How does that feel? I mean, I always dealt with E-Rock when it came to compound stuff. But like, we had Anthony on the show. He was nice enough. I don't know. I think he overreacted. All I was doing was pointing out something that was very apples to apples. I don't feel bad about what I said. You know, if it made him pissy or upset or whatever, that's fine. That's the cost of saying shit. Like when you just say shit, you're honest, and you just lay it out there. Sometimes people are going to like it. Sometimes people aren't going to like it. And people aren't going to like it 100% of the time, and they're not going to not like it 100% of the time. Carlos Cameo with $4.99 says, this is Aaron when he runs for mayor of St. Cloud in 2028. No. First of all, I'm not running for mayor of St. Cloud in 2028. Second of all, learning other languages isn't for me. I took Spanish for 4 years, and I think the highest grade I got was a C. Bad Luck Boys with $5. He goes, Aaron brutalizes women and crippled men in egg chairs. He is a menace. You forgot to say I need to be stopped. Jeremy with $6.99 says, heard from Mersh that Royce and the ROTC crew always hated your guts and never liked you. Your thoughts? Yeah, he said that here. I believe my thoughts have been made. $5 from MGD. Says, Hobo Chili was in Win by 2 chat yesterday defending his honor and telling us that he never donates to your show because it makes him feel like an idiot. Well, yeah, that sounds like Hobo Chili. I got a text from Hobo Chili yesterday. He's doing great. Said the Aristocox were very happy with how I was handling everything. I love those guys. I think they're going to be here for the anniversary show. Oh, if Roots wants to do one of his Steel Toe songs on stage. That would be kind of fun. Bad Luck Boys with $2 says E-Rock also doesn't respect you. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. That's fine. Some people just get too internety. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just not that internety. It's E-Rock doesn't respect you. All right? And that means, continue, but I don't really, like, you pull at a thread, and then the thread comes out, and you go, what? Why isn't there more fucking thread? I don't know. I didn't start this. Somebody on the text line says, I thought Somalis hated homosexuals. He's almost too progressive to be just gay. Like, it would be boring if he was just, there got to be something else tied in with it. Some dog play shit. Like, you can't, gay isn't progressive anymore. Gay is almost conservative at this point. You got to have some other weird shit on you. $75 away from this morning. Thank you very much. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, got to pander to voting base. If his base were racist rednecks, he'd be dancing to Eric Church while drinking Diet Mountain Dew. Wait a tick. I drink Diet Mountain Dew and listen to Eric Church. I actually, do you guys want to have another gay music segment today? Because I have another gay music thing. I found another song I really like that I was kind of listening to on repeat yesterday. King Kong Dong says, correction, Aaron is running in 2032. I'm not running for mayor of St. Cloud, although I am depressed that the guy we have now isn't running anymore. He's been mayor for like 20 years. And he's not running again, and he's really good. And I worry about the people that want to replace him. I mean, I'm too lazy to do any research and see if they're good or bad, but like, I'm still worried that it's not going to be him. We've got over an hour to knock out $75, so if you guys want to throw in, that would be awesome. Mersh with $5 says, you regularly name drop people who don't respect you. It's funny. Well, that's fine. I can talk about people. Mersh, I don't think you're really the guy to talk about people not respecting people. I guess, okay. So guys, the rules are, if people don't respect you, you can't talk about them. It just gets weird. I mean, I know the chat has been telling Mersh to dry up today, but I don't know. He's entertaining in his own way, right? Like, kind of, he's got his own gimmick. Let's see. If Hobo and Roots can get there. Oh, here we go. This is an Aristocox update. If Hobo and Roots can get there the Thursday before and want to co-host, they could out hard R Gary Biscayne. You know, that's a great idea. If Hobo wants to co-host on Friday before the anniversary show, I think that would be great. We'll go to Rumble and have some fun with Hobo Chili. Deal. I'm down with that one. All right. Thank you guys very much. 70 away. Oh, Sam Show says, who the fuck respects Mersh? Well, okay, fine. Nobody. Fine. Nobody respects Mersh. Are you happy now? You can't keep them all happy. Let's go into the next one. Oh, shit. The song that I wanted to show you guys. This one's totally not gay this time, by the way. This one is 100% like way more hetero than you guys thought it was. I know that you guys think of me and like my musical taste, and we've been playing songs lately, and you're like, all Aaron ever listens to is super gay shit. But I don't. Like, this song's 5 years old, and I just found it yesterday, and I think you guys are going to really love it. There's definitely not video of me singing it anywhere.
This truck needs a half tank.
See, it's not gay.
These wheels need a 2-lane.
The chorus is even less gay.
This radio needs 3 songs to play to get me across town.
By the way, I'm not watching the chat right now.
That dress needs to slip off. That hair needs to come down.
It's a fun little song, right?
Friday nights need to do what Friday nights need to do.
That's so true, though. Friday nights do need to do that.
Yeah, birds need bees and ice needs whiskey. Boys like me need girls like you to kiss me. Fishing in the dark needs nitty gritty.
I'm trying not to sing.
Sweet tea needs that sugar stirring. Small town nights need both ends burning. Shades need drawing. Hearts need falling. Boots need knocking. Knocking boots.
Right? That's. Do I want to look? I don't want to look, do I? I kind of want to look. I want to see what they think of my song. Maybe, wait a minute. Maybe this will be the song where everybody goes, Aaron, fucking nailed it this time, dude. You really hit it out of the park on this one, brother. Wow. This is the one. I used to think that your musical taste was fucking homo as it comes. But One Margarita was a little iffy, Aaron, and that new Post Malone song that you like, that's kind of gay too. But this Luke Bryan one, this Knockin' Boots is pretty hot. Should we go see what they're actually saying? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Before I get into those, Sam Show is saying, no, Aaron, it was a genuine question. Who really does respect Mersh? Oh, sorry. King Kong Dong says, fucking gay as shit. My boner just got flat in 2 seconds. Wait, so before that song, you were watching this show with an erection? No. Bird Collector says, oh, fuck you and Luke. West Coast Patriot Girl says, pass. That's probably going to be the nicest one I get. Sam Show says, you're such a white girl. Bird Collector says, I also hate that I knew it was actually Luke Bryan. Landers just writes the gay F word. It's not creative, but it's time-tested and effective. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, how in the fuck have you not heard this song? Did you live under a crack rock for 6 years and not just 6 months? Was this a big song? I think, you know what happened? Like, I did a hard turn on Luke Bryan kind of around, what was the bow, 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 bow. That song. He did 2 albums and I really liked him. And then he did a third one. It's like, oh, fucking pop sellout piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. And so I hated anything Luke Bryan. And now that I'm not a miserable, angry, psychologically damaged cunt and I'm doing better, my music taste is becoming that of a 16-year-old girl. It's not good, dude. I'm gonna be straight with you. I've listened to Cole Swindell's Heads Carolina a lot lately. It's not good. I listened to Knockin' Boots on repeat about 5 times yesterday. I feel like if I admit enough, I'm going to feel better about it, but the opposite is actually kind of happening. Sam Show says, that messed me up so much I was going to gouge out my eyes instead of my ears. Las Tejas says, so what dress are you wearing to the Luke Bryan show, Aaron? My nicest one. What are you, gay? King Kong Dong says, you questioned the wrong part of that. Sam Show Landers just didn't even want to try that time. Yeah, he just went gay F. He just said, you know what? Just gay F word. That's going to settle it for now. So you're saying you guys didn't like you didn't think that song was good? But you guys don't know, because like the birds need bees, like the birds and the bees, you get it? Ice needs whiskey, that's nice, and then boys like. But in the second verse, there's a really good spot. Do you guys, maybe that'll help. If you know, because if you hear the second verse, then you'll be like, oh, I get it. And then you'll get into the swing of things, and don't say swing. But you're going to enjoy the second.
Long weeks need a weekend.
But that's true, though.
Cheap drinks need a slinging.
Yeah, of course.
That dance floor needs some me on you.
All right.
And you on me tonight.
Oh, there's a line coming up here.
Sing-alongs need to be sung.
That's accurate.
Death bells need to be rung.
Yeah.
Last calls need to call that cab, and back seats need I want you so bad. Yeah, birds need bees and ice needs whiskey. Boys like me need girls like you to kiss.
Right, come on.
Fishing in the dark needs
Nitty gritty, like the Dirt Band.
under that pale moon.
I just think you guys don't get this. It's too
Sweet
deep.
tea needs that sugar stirring. Small town nights need both ends burning. Shades need drawing. Hearts need falling. Boots need knocking. Knocking boots.
No, you don't understand. It's a euphemism for having sex. See, I think that's our disconnect. I just don't think you guys understand what the song is doing. And thus, Sam Show writes, but wait, there's more. King Kong Dong, Aaron, just stop. Fly High says, just come out of the closet already. What? You're saying that's not a dude song? You know what I've noticed? All of the shows that hate me, there's a lot of and anger and blah, blah, blah. And then you watch me. Just having some fun with my friends, listening to some good music. Thank you, Coltrane. He says that song's a banger. See, somebody gets it. And by banger, I mean like Aaron getting butt fucked by Bailey J. Oh, he means I'm getting fucked in the ass. Shoot. Satan's Mechanic says, doesn't Minnesota have country music stations? That song is old. I know. I just found it. I guess, you know what? My 10-year-old daughter likes a lot of the same songs I do, and we sing them together. I guess that should probably tell me something. Sam Show says, yeah, you definitely got pegged by Slam Piece. I do what I want, okay? West Coast Patriot Girl says, Aaron should get paid for trying to sell country music so hard. Landers, Aaron, if you don't stop listening to this shit, I'm going to shut the shop down and drive to your house and give you a hand job, one you are sadly asking for. Approachable says, I want to call you all kinds of names, but I low-key like that song. Oh, see? He low-key likes that song. You know what? We should celebrate. You guys want to celebrate?
Under that pale moon.
White Dad dancing.
Sweet tea needs that sugar stirring. Small town nights need both ends burning. Shades need drawing. Hearts need falling. Boots need knocking.
Everybody. Knocking boots. That's what you all get when one person admits that they kind of like that song. King Kong Dong says, I see what April means by being abused. It wasn't physically abusive, just mentally. Ryan the Garbage Man says, you're ruining the song. Stop. Chevy Fan says, your neck needs to be wrung. Landers says, yeah, it's a banger if you like giving your sister a cream pie. Well, why do you think the South loves this shit? Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, guys wear boots. Makes sense. Knocking boots is a reference to homo sex. Thank you, guys. $65 away from knocking boots with today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. You guys are just $65 away, and I appreciate it. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, I mean this in the nicest way possible when you play these songs.
Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking cunt.
No, that's not very nice. But he did say he means it in the nicest way possible, which I guess in that sense is very kind. Approachable says, okay, you want to celebrate with knocking boots. You lost me again. Coltrane says, I give you shit, but I'll admit I was singing along. Were you? Were you singing along with that song? You know what I think? I think we should celebrate. What do you guys think? Celebration? I think we should celebrate.
Ice blue sky, shades on the eyes to tuck the bloodshot away. Hair of the dog shouldn't take long, but who cares? We got all day.
We do though.
Palm trees are leaning, sunburned, screaming, but we'll all be alright.
After what?
After one margarita, two margarita, three margarita shot. Don't worry about tomorrow. Leave all your sorrow out here on the floor.
This is fun.
When that sun lays down,
we'll be on our way.
One more barefoot round.
One more last chance to say,
Hey, senorita, don't you think we need a salt and a barley song? One margarita, two margarita, three margarita, we'll be gone.
Did I mention we'll be doing karaoke at the anniversary show? I don't think I mentioned that. By the way, MSO says $65 goal. I must have missed something. Oh, God, now he's making me feel like I counted wrong. We had the 20 from Venmo, then we've had a shit fuckload of Super Chats. Few big PayPals coming in earlier. No, plus we were $50 in to start. No, 65 is the right number. But also, get your tickets at eventbrite.com. Go to eventbrite.com right now for the Steel Toe 10th anniversary party. We're going to have, I'm getting Corey's ass here. Corey's got leverage because I just said desperately, I'm getting Corey's ass here. And I'm getting Adrian's ass here. We're getting them there. And Steel Toe's going to be all the way reunited. It's going to be all the OGs. We're going to throw an old school party. No backstabbing interlopers. We're keeping it in the family. Plus, I owe a lot of apologies for people who warned me about a certain involvement. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Hey, tonight's bike night at Stoney's, by the way. Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack. Bring the motorcycle. Hang out with others. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's a good night for the patio, isn't it? Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's today. Great place to go have a beer, especially a little day drinking. One of my favorite day drinking spots is Stoney's. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Also with All Care, they have trucks and wreckers for motorcycles all the way up to heavy-duty vehicles, so anything you need towed, they can take care of it. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com, our pals at Midland. Of course, they've got pistols, rifles, shotguns, you name it, tactical gear, suppressors, anything you need that's firearm related, knives and optics. You can order it at midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com or Midland Armory, downtown Rockville. All right. People are still talking about this, the music that we were just playing. Coltrane says, yes, I'm being honest. I don't care for Luke, but I know the shit because it's always on. I've actually seen him live, and he does a good show. I've seen him live as well, and he did put on a good show. Landers says, I too like tucking my dick between my legs and dancing in the mirror to Billy Currington. Really? You like? No way. You tuck your dick and listen to Billy Currington too? No way. Because we should celebrate. You do know that I'm going to have to be editing the shit out of this episode later, right? We all like tucking our dicks and singing Billy Currington, you guys.
I wasn't born for digging deep holes. I'm not made for paving long roads. I ain't cut out to climb highline poles.
What are you good at?
I'm pretty good at drinking beer.
Oh, well, everyone needs a talent. No, see, guys, we're celebrating. Cheeseburger Pie says, well, look at the time. I forgot I have better things to do. Sam Show says, I'm speechless. I'm just coping with the pain. Fauci's Pangolin, if you do run for mayor, I can get Quiet Riot to play Bang Your Head at the inauguration. Landers says, bike night. That, too, is homosexual lingo for riding hairy dudes. It's not, though. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, Adrian will be there. Free help and a... No, for God's sake, man. Approachable says, Aaron, you don't actually have to reach out to me with an apology. Just feel free to add 10% to my mod check this month. You got it. Labglass says, Fauci, get Prodigy to play Smack My Bitch Up. Mr. Beat says, that look on your face was gayer than the song. Coltrane says, the only Luke Bryan song I'll actually listen to. All right, let's see. I don't know Muckalee Creek Water. What? Wait a minute. I get to listen to a new Luke Bryan song? Muckalee Creek Water. All right. It's not Rumble Friday yet, but that's cool.
It flows underneath the 32 bridge.
Oh.
Cuts through the heart of South Georgia.
Someone asking if I'm trying to get a job at Wild Country.
Wild pigs and gators in the weeds waiting for you. I leave my phone in the truck. I leave my truck at the road. My four-wheeler gets me where I want to go. I leave the world behind. I pull my hat down low. Get back to my roots by a full moon glow. I got an old John boat that I stole down there.
I don't hate it.
Hot summer nights when I get a wild hair. I got a moonshine stash and a cypress stump and a catfish line going bump, bump.
Oh, it's bumping.
Tractor tie when I sit by the fire and drink to a sweet swamp song. So if you're looking for me, don't even bother when I dip my feet in that Muckalee Creek water.
I mean, look, it's no knocking boots. Lander says, yep, we are soulmates, Aaron. Pretty good at banging queers. Wait, no, that's not the song. Coltrane says, if you listen to the Muckalee Creek Water, Luke Bryan song, get to the chorus. I did. Citizen M says, The Boys Season 4 is amazing, by the way, if you haven't caught up yet. I'm having a hard time. I'm not a big The Boys guy. I'm on Season 2 right now, and it feels like a slog. I'll be honest. Coltrane says, that song is fire. I said it's pretty good. It's just no knocking boots. Because you understand, birds need bees and ice needs whiskey. And boys like me need girls like you to kiss me. I don't understand why we're having a difficult time with this. Guys, we are only $65 away from hammering out the rest of today's goal. I appreciate it. Fly High says, with this kind of taste in music, I hope your impact on your kids' development continues to be minimal. My daughter's favorite artists are Eric Church and Luke Combs. Sorry. Every other day we're singing along in the car. Dude. It's a good life. What can I say? I cannot complain. Oh, boy. I'm starting to get the feeling that this audience doesn't respect the same country music songs that I respect. I'm starting to get that vibe. Sage with $5 says, wait, we're doing music today? He's doing. See, it's a beating women song. Oh, shit. It is funny, though, that people believed that. I honestly, and Keanu told me on the phone, she goes, the only people believing it are people who hate you. I guess she changed her mind on that when. That's okay. I mean, if you make allegations about absolutely everyone ever, people got to believe one of them. King Kong Dong says it only took Aaron 10 years to realize his music doesn't agree with us. Well, no, I always kind of had an idea. I just, I didn't want it to be true. I thought you guys, you knew good music. That's all. $65 away from today. All right, let's get into the next thing. Then we got to get into, we got that United flight meltdown. We got a passenger biting a flight attendant, losing her fucking mind. Then Alex Stein interviewed a guy who said that an NFL guy, right? Yeah, former Super Bowl champion Derek Wolfe, who was a rookie back in 2012. He was on Alex's show, and he was saying that the NFL totally rigged games to get Taylor Swift ratings, which I don't know if I buy it because it's Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. If Travis Kelce played for, if Travis Kelce played for the Washington Commanders, then I could see it being rigged. If Sam Howell ended up in the Super Bowl last year, I'd be like, okay, somebody's pulling some strings. But it's the best quarterback of his generation, the best coach of his generation. And I mean, that's been known to win Super Bowls in the past. And what are they? What's Mahomes at now? 3? 3 before 30? He might even give Brady a run for his money. So I don't know about the accusations that they're rigging games. It's very popular to say that, though. Like football fans, and especially people who don't like football but care, they really love to lean on that football is rigged shit. Let's go ahead and check this clip out. Did the NFL rig games for Taylor Swift?
So my rookie year, which was 2012, we had Peyton Manning. We lost to the Baltimore Ravens in the playoffs, and the way they were able to like kind of get back to get the score tight again was all these calls that the refs were making, these pass interference calls that can be called both ways at any time. Pretty much, there's a penalty on every play, so it all depends on when the ref wants to call it. So yeah, I do think that part of the NFL is who's going to bring the most money and what's the story, right? It was Ray Lewis's last year that year.
I mean, I get it. It doesn't sound crazy. I'm not saying the guy's not like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory, blah, blah, blah. But and this might sound naive on my part, but are the refs really watching the game and going, like, doing the economics of it while they're reffing the game? It doesn't seem like the refs would be in on it to that level. And I guess that's kind of where the people who believe the NFL is rigged and the people who don't, that's where we kind of diverge. Is like you would go, Aaron, you're being so naive. The refs obviously are getting, walking or marching orders from the league, and they're taking care of the team that, okay, but what about all the times that the team that was the bigger money draw didn't win? What about the time there was a dream matchup in the NFC and AFC championship games and we didn't get that Super Bowl? Like, how many times was Dan Marino in the AFC championship game? And I'm sure Dan Marino against whichever quarterback he was going to face was going to be a very profitable matchup. Like, I don't think Washington versus Buffalo, like that Super Bowl back in 1990, I don't think the NFL wanted to rig it that way. So that you'd have fucking Buffalo, New York against Washington, D.C. It's just, it all seems so selective is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Blah, blah, blah. This year, obviously, like the Chiefs weren't that great of it. They lost to the Broncos this year in a game. So they weren't like.
Okay, but okay, you can go through every Super Bowl winning team and you could find them losing to a shitty team. I mean, the undefeated Patriots lost to a Giants team that did they even win 11 games that year? I mean, if we're going to play by that metric, yeah, a lot of teams that won the Super Bowl lost to dog shit teams that season. It happens. It's pro football.
At their best, they played really good football in the playoffs, but a lot of things were going their way, and I thought they were going to implode when I saw Travis like freaking out on Andy Reid on the sideline. And, it looked like they were kind of starting to, egos were starting to get in the way, but I really did. I thought they were going to implode, but the X factor there is the Swifties, and they're bringing an entire new market into the NFL, right?
So the NFL got the Chiefs to the Super Bowl because they wanted the Swifties to watch the Super Bowl. But isn't the Super Bowl already sold by then? Like, isn't the advertising already done by the time the AFC Championship? Like, they've already got the thing sold. So, like, I don't know. I get it. It makes a little sense. And basically, look, if you're someone who thinks the NFL is rigged, then you're going to look at this guy and go, well, he was a player. He would know. That makes sense to me. And if you're someone who doesn't think the NFL is rigged, you're going to go, I need a little more than that. That all seems kind of circumstantial. It all seems kind of, connect the dots-ish, if you will.
People that they would never watch football are now going to watch football, and they're getting the ratings because where the money comes from is the ratings. That's where the money's coming from. They have these huge TV deals. I mean, it's just enormous TV deals. That's what people.
No, wait a minute. The NFL gets paid from their TV deal, whether the ratings are good or bad. That season where everyone was kneeling and the ratings were down, they still got paid the same amount. And the money isn't made from the ratings. I mean, yeah, the TV company pays the NFL up front, and then the TV company sells the advertising for a shitload of revenue. So dude, it's NFL football. People are gonna watch.
People don't get. People are like, oh, your salary's paid by ticket sales. No, that's not what pays our salary. What pays our salary is the TV deals, and that's why we were able to still continue through COVID. Was because they're just the TV deals are what matter. They're not really losing that much money by not having the stadiums full. You know, it's really more of a pain in the ass for them to keep those stadiums full.
Yeah.
Well, let's say you got 60,000 people at your stadium. Ticket price about $100. You're going to spend $100 on beer and food and $50 on parking. So let's say the average fan spends $300 at a game. Ooh, not 600,000 people. 60,000 times $300. I mean, that's still $18 million a game times 8 home games a year. That's $144 million. It's not pocket change. Oh, come on. Go.
I know sometimes, like, you know, if their team's not doing well, it almost loses money, you know, towards the end of the season on the games that nobody wants to watch. But the reason why those games are so important because people want to gamble on them. So, you know, the NFL knows why people love to gamble. The NFL knows, like, there's been multiple refs in the NBA. Another one just got in trouble for taking and betting on games. So, like, you're a defensive lineman. At any moment, you're held on any play, almost every play. If ref wants to call a penalty, they can do it on basically, like you said, it's a judgment call on any play. So, like,
I get, okay, that part I get. Like, if you were going to rig the game, you could make a holding call, or on defense, you could make an illegal contact call or a pass interference call. Like, you could do that. I just don't know if if they are doing that, I don't think they're doing it as commonly as people say they are. I think it's like remarkably special occasions. And then even then, I'm like, okay, then why do it then and not do it here? I don't know. I don't think the refs are rigging games. I don't think the refs are fixing games. I think the refs sometimes play favorites. I think some refs call this way too much or don't call that enough. I just don't think they're rigging games. And maybe I'm just being a Pollyannish football fan because I just want the game to be pure and whatever, but I just don't. I can't bring myself to say they're rigging football games.
Like, have you felt that there was a game particularly that you remember that was just totally robbed from you? One particular game that you're like, this is weird.
Yeah, but I've also been on. It's that 2012 game.
That
playoff game.
So you're saying that you definitely, even because that's what you honestly believe, though, because if people are going to clip this and this is a conspiracy, but you do think that they rigged it for Ray Lewis for him to go out.
I will. You know what? I'm going to admit, I did watch that Super Bowl because I wanted to see Ray Lewis go out a champion. Wasn't that the Kaepernick Super Bowl? Wasn't that Kaepernick versus Ray Lewis? I think it might have been, but I know I can't. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can't sit here and say the NFL is rigged. Even though I kind of just gave them the reason as to why they would rig it. Like, yeah, dude, I fucking watched that Super Bowl totally because I love Ray Lewis. I wanted to see him win. Fuck.
Out as a champion. Wow. That's a bold statement, Cotton. I love to hear it, dude. I love to hear it because people don't think it's real, but it's sports entertainment.
But I've also been on the receiving end of that in a playoff game against the Steelers in 2015. Nobody ever talks about this, but Peyton, was about to get sacked and he took a knee. He fell down to his knees and nobody touched him. He stood up and threw a touchdown pass.
Yeah, I know, because that's kind of a judgment call because technically if it's quarterback and he goes down, whatever, for protection, they should blow it down. But if nobody touches you and your knee touches the ground, the play's still going. So I don't know. That's like a weird one.
Yeah, because the rule says if you surrender yourself, you're down. That's why a slide that's the end of the play. But if you dive forward, you're not giving yourself up so they can still hit you. Is that true? Can we find that play? Peyton, so I don't know. This guy doesn't seem like a crazy conspiracy theorist or anything. I can't really write him off, and he was in the league, and he's like, look, sometimes you just get those feelings. And I mean, who am I to tell him he's wrong? Peyton Manning falls down, throws touchdown. Peyton Manning, Steelers, touchdown. Dives to avoid sack, gets up, throws for huge gain. All right, let's see.
Here they come with Allen again. Peyton gets back on his feet and throws to an open man. It's Sanders. Peyton ducked to avoid the contact.
I mean, it wasn't a touchdown, but
man. It's Sanders.
Sorry, this is guys.
I remember running out there on the field. You came up right
shit's
to me.
Shit's fucking up, bro.
Here they come, Will Allen again. Bateman gets back on his feet and throws to an open man.
I don't know. Was that a slide or did it kind of look like he fell down like a big oaf? I think what kind of saved Peyton there was that he looks like a clumsy dick. So it looked like he was trying to run away from the sack, but he kind of just fell over. I don't think he got away with a slide to avoid a sack. I think he fell down because he's a clumsy asshole. $2 from 383 Novocaine. Says, Aaron, just rip off the Band-Aid and admit you've touched a penis with your lips. Look, I understand that music doesn't jive with me telling you I'm a heterosexual, but I had sex last night. I promise. I promise. The only time I listen to country is if a hot girl wants to hear it, and you ain't even close to a hot girl, you mow, says Cheeseburger Pie. That's not nice. Labglass says they have earpieces, Aaron. Okay. I mean, so you're saying the refs have earpieces, the league goes, hey, you need to call something against this team right now because we need this to happen. Sam Show says, so is this guy normally relevant, or is he only relevant because he's played once and is now claiming the NFL is rigged? I think it's the second one. Josh Allen did a fake slide against the Vikings. I'll send the link. Yeah, the Super Bowl with San Francisco and Baltimore. Yeah, that was the one where the lights went out. Labglass says you said his name. You said you had sex. You didn't specify a gender. Damn it. You got me going there. We got 35 minutes until we run out of regulation, but I think we're doing overtime today. I got to throw a quick thank you out here, and then we'll get back to business. We got a woman throwing a fit on an airplane. Love those. This is from Alex Jones, number 1, who says, goal knocked out. Watch Mersh take a victory lap for this and say it's all because of him. Thank you, Alex Jones, for the $100. And guess what, guys? It's another win for the toe. Thank you very, very much. Oh, man. Now it just feels casual as fuck in here, doesn't it? Well, we can unpin there we go. We can unpin that from the top. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to now pin the 10th anniversary show tickets. That link to the chat. There you go, guys. Go ahead and oops. I clicked the link. Go ahead and scoop up your Steel Toe 10th anniversary tickets. $30 for the show, $10 for the tournament, and $35 for the both of them. So go ahead and get your tickets today. We'll see you there. We're going to have lots of great people. You're going to have Johnny, Matt, the Aristocox, myself. We're going to get Tom Chilstrom, and then my aces in the hole, Corey Adam, Adrian Washington, Oz, Whiskey Pete. We're going to get the whole family back together. Do you think Gary would show up? That'd be something, huh? Maybe Gary shows up for the Steel Toe 10th anniversary party. Bury the hatchet. This person says, are you going to let me call in today? Who are you? This person says, are you going to let me call in today? Who are you? That depends. That's always a good question to ask me. Hey, are you going to let me call in today? And I'm like, well, my default says no. My default is telling me no, but why don't you tell me who you are, and then we'll see. West Coast Patriot Girl says, isn't it fun being successful? Cope harder, haters. Look, it's one of those things where it's like, I know I've told the truth about certain people. I know certain people have lied about me. I do believe that certain things were leaked because I do think Nick was kind of getting the shit kicked out of him. And in my opinion, I wouldn't be surprised because he does contact Kiwi Farms people who hate him, which I always thought is a weird thing. Like if people hate you, don't contact them. That just makes you look manipulative and weird. People hate me and want to say shit about me. That's fine. I know who I am. I'm confident in what I've done and what I haven't done. But he knew about the HRO. Like April and I were very sad when we got it. And we were like, oh my God, we can't believe they're using this stuff against us. This is terrible, blah, blah. But like, he was there and like, he's seen it. Like we showed it to him. She has one. I have one. Hers says lots of fucked up shit about her and the kids and all that stuff that I can't get into. But like, I don't, like, first of all, in the thing, she didn't accuse me of anything. Somebody else did. But like, also, I didn't do that. But like, only mine got leaked, which is interesting. And it was leaked by someone on Kiwi Farms. And he likes to talk to people who hate him on Kiwi Farms. I think the heat was getting to him. I think I was the big gun against him. And he wanted to try to neutralize the big gun and kind of work some things. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't know if that's the case. That's the scenario I'm going with. It didn't work. I mean, it's obviously because, unfortunately, people know me and they know the character of you guys and what you guys did and what you were picked up for and the way things had been and your reaction since. I mean, again, I will take my character, which is damaged but still in better shape than it used to be. I will take my character and how I carry myself against any of these other people any day, and I will win that battle. So, again, I appreciate everyone's support. I think it's great. Citizen M says the allegations thus far weren't even that Aaron hit her, just an accidental headbutt and getting in her face in a moment of anger. Yeah, I mean, an accidental headbutt? No. Fucking retarded. So yes, he thinks Josh Moon is on his side and then Josh mocks the shit out of him. It's great. See, yeah, I think that contacting people who hate you and think you're garbage and this and that, it just gives them more fodder to call you. You just look like a buffoon and a fool. I wouldn't do it, but to each their own. Citizen M says, I've gone down a serious fucking rabbit hole on Ricada for this video, like all of it. Jesus Christ. Oh. Well, thank you guys thank you guys very much. What I'm trying to say is I appreciate all your support. It is nice. It does seem like, the universe provides, as it were, that people are really shitting on Keanu for this whole thing. I mean, when you have to go if you go stand next to Ethan Ralph and go, I'm on the good side. My character, Ralph's character. What more needs to be said? It's unfortunate, but, I'm not going to blame anyone for learning the hard way. I'm Mr. Learn the Hard Way. I mean, you heard yesterday's show where all of these people came out of the woodwork and they're like, yeah, you don't realize, but this happened to you. And they provide receipts and shit. And you're like, oh, fuck. And then you have people that you were very generous to and you gave them a lot. And then they go on their own shows and go, he didn't give us anything. And you're just like, yeah, it's just, again, my character, your character. Let's go ahead and measure it up. Jussie Small. Oh, you're an asshole. West Coast Patriot Girl says you get what you give. Exactly. And like this Jussie Small and other people, like, they wanted me gone. They couldn't do it. Enough people saw through their horse shit, and they're having a hard time with it. And I'm just glad that business is going great on this show, and we've been doing extremely well, and I thank all of you for it. Numbers have never been higher. Streaks back up to 8. Technically, the streak should be at 24, but we weren't going to play fast and loose with the streak rules. So the streak's at 8 now. Thank you guys very much. Enough of the gay thank you, sweet guy shit. Let's get back to making fun of people. United flight meltdown. Passenger bites flight attendant. some people just aren't cut out. Is it? And it was United. It was like if you would have said there's biting going on an airplane. This person says, you know who I am, Aaron. I've called in before. Well, then call. Jesus. United Airlines. This is not a United Airlines thing. Like a lot of people pay good money for their plane tickets so they don't have to be around the biters and the fighters and the whole thing. Triple N says, was that a fake dono at the end of yesterday? No. People say they give fake donos. That's kind of a funny bit we do to the people who hate us. We taunt them with it. Approachable goes, okay, I can believe accidental headbutt with how large yours and her foreheads are. It's mathematically inevitable that they would have bumped into each other at some point. Thank you. I appreciate that. This woman goes nuts on a United Airlines flight, bites a flight attendant. This is a meltdown that's really worth it, by the way, because a lot of times we get these videos and the news knows that people love airplane meltdowns. And a lot of times they'll end up being just some guys yelling some shit. Like for the first 20 seconds, it's hilarious. But after that, you're just kind of like, all right, it's just a lunatic on a plane. I need some action. Like that motherfucker is not real. That lady, she was fine because that was a very short clip. But some of these plane meltdown things go on for like 2-3 minutes. And you're like, you guys got to give us some action. Like a good old-fashioned Spirit Airlines Donnybrook. That's a good one. But when it comes to this one, I think it actually provides because there's biting, there's fighting, there's physicality. The only thing that's disappointing is it 100% belongs on a Spirit flight. Let's check it out. Oh, shit.
Stop telling me to fucking shit! She's wildin'.
Let go of me. I'm a fucking girl. What are you going to do? Kill me? Yeah, I'm a bad bitch when I'm biting into your shit and stuff. But then once I'm not, getting my way, now all of a sudden I'm just a little girl. Oh, okay. Okay.
Nah. She's wildin'.
People are recording me. Don't come to this airline. Don't come on fucking United Airlines. These people have an attitude problem.
We just watched her try to tear into another human being's flesh. I love her. Oh, is she wife number 3? It's possible. I used to get bit. I could get bit again. Not against it. I've had marks left on me. You can bite me, sweetheart. Maybe that's number 3. I'm a good judge of character, right? I'm a good judge of like who to trust and all that. Yeah, I'm good. Maybe she can be number 3. She was just biting into someone and she goes, these people have an attitude problem. Yeah, fucking United. You don't let your guests bite the lowly servants. This would never stand on Delta.
They don't fucking do their job. They're handcuffing me. Why are you handcuffing me?
Ooh, me. Because you're acting like a lunatic on an enclosed space 35,000 feet above the air and biting people? Oh, I'm sorry. Was that meant to be rhetorical? Because we actually have a laundry list of reasons why.
Why, bitch? Why?
Probably screaming bitch might be part of it too. We could probably add that to the list. I mean, the tirade you're going on right now certainly doesn't give them fewer reasons to be doing this to you.
Why the fuck are you handcuffing me? Record it now. I'm fucking recording. Why are you guys standing here watching a girl get handcuffed for nothing?
What are they going to do? Get up and fight people on the airplane? She's like, why are y'all just standing there and watching a girl get handcuffed? Because it's kind of fun, first of all. It's kind of nice in-flight entertainment. It's a good time. Second of all, what do you want people to intervene on your behalf? They might get their hands bit.
Old lady, who are you talking to, old lady? Go back to Russia, old lady.
Oh, now we're being racist. Now Booby's got to go back to Russia. Isn't that sweet? I see her like dressed like a little old lady in The Fiddler in the Roof sitting on a plane. And now she got some crazy biter yelling at her. Go back to Russia. No, have you seen Russia? Fuck that noise. Stay here.
Go back to fucking Russia. Where are you from, old lady? Suck my dick, bitch!
See, like, none of this is necessary. We don't need to start doing crowd work. Your performance was good as is. We don't need you to start working the crowd. Hey, where are you from? Imagine if that was a comedian thing. Like, hey, what's going on? Where are you from? Russia. Hey, why don't you go back to Russia? That's not a funny. Go, suck my fucking dick, bitch. I would love that comic. Actually, I believe that was Sam Kinnison's whole thing.
Suck my fucking dick, bitch! I'm gonna fucking kill you, bitch!
Oh, see now that. All right, you see that? Now, I'm not trying to tell my third wife how to behave because Lord knows trying to do that to the second one only got me called terrible things. But I will say to my third wife here, being on an airplane and shouting, I mean, just saying I'm going to fucking kill you, bitch, they're going to take you in for that. But like shouting it to another passenger directly from across the plane where it's audible to everyone. If you were wondering, if you were looking to see if we were going to add to that list of why you're being handcuffed, yeah, I'm going to fucking kill you, bitch, is definitely one of them. Can we go back to our interaction with the Russian lady?
Suck my dick, bitch! Suck my fucking dick, bitch! I'm gonna fucking kill you, bitch!
Yeah, Rexy, I don't think this one's got the distance.
Bitch, fuck you!
See, y'all, they fucking clapping for me. I told you that. So what do you do? Like, if you're in the air when that happens, do they have to, like, stow you away in the captain's closet? Or oh, no, they handcuff you to the chair, duct tape you to the chair sometimes. That's actually happened.
This flight is here in Orlando, and the crew is not going to continue on because of what happened between here and Miami.
Oh, no. So they had to land in Orlando. They had to fly from Orlando they were flying from Miami and they had to land in Orlando. Oh, shit. It was a flight from Miami to Newark. It had to stop in Orlando on Tuesday. I mean, that's fine. The people on board just got to spend an extra night in Florida instead of having to go to fucking Newark. Enjoy things not smelling like shit for an extra day. After a passenger became aggressive and disruptive, flight attendants worked to de-escalate the situation and protect other customers. And after landing in Orlando, law enforcement met the flight and the passenger was removed. The team, grateful for the team's professionalism and looking out for the safety of the customers and fellow United employees. Okay. Yeah. She was, God, she bit into that guy. And what did she bite off of him? Like some kind of shoulder patch type of a thing? Saved by the shoulder patch, I suppose. She should get a big fine for that and banned from flying for life, says Bigot on Socialist Media. Fuck that. I think you go to jail for shit like that. I think that's a imprisonable offense. By the way, the Steel Toe 10th anniversary show ticket links are in the chat if you'd like to come out and hang out with us on Saturday, August 10th for the cornhole tournament, the party, and the show at the end of the night, and then karaoke afterwards. It's going to be great. Landers says people don't act right anymore. This is why I don't fly and constantly stay armed. Luckily, I've never had any kind of disturbance on any flight. I don't know if I'm just lucky. These incidents happen more and more often, or if we just get them recorded now. But I don't know what makes people flip out. You would just think the sheer idea of how much trouble you could get into, coupled with the fact that you're surrounded by people, and this is a terrible look, you would think it'd stop people from flipping the fuck out on planes like this. It's got to be psychological, something with people's fear of flying. Maybe they're mixing sleeping pills and booze. Maybe they're drinking too much before the thing. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Fly High says, will the anniversary show be streamed? I think the anniversary show is going to be recorded and posted later because we always have to worry about certain things we say at those shows. Okay, so now this person who wanted to call in says, maybe another day. I'm pretty busy Also, I'm in the chat, but I may be blocked because no one is acknowledging me and my awesomeness. Oh, yeah, it would definitely be you being awesome and nobody acknowledging you. You'd have to be banned. It couldn't be because people thought you were obnoxious. Never mind, you're just ignoring me, but that's cool. That's cool. Still love you, man. I mean, I love you too. Thank you. You may like this Luke Bryan song. Uh-oh, I got sent a Luke Bryan song by April's Parents Hobby Farm. Or no, what does he call himself? Formerly April's Parents Hobby Farm or something like that. Here. Love you, miss you, mean it. Let's see what this song is. I've never heard this Luke Bryan song. Well, that's right off the bat. I can't relate to this song.
We burned up the road between her house and mine.
I moved her in 3 months after she broke up with her boyfriend that I didn't know she was still with at the time. Yeah, I got, when I talked to Devin, it was really interesting because I heard a lot of the same pattern behavior that I experienced. When her and I kissed out in the lobby when she said she was just going to the Valentine's Day comedy show because they had gotten tickets like before they broke up or something, but they were just friends and they were broken up. And then her and I made out in the lobby and apparently he saw it. And then he confronted her on it and she goes, "You're just paranoid. You're being mean. You're being a monster." I'm like, oh, dude, that's the same shit I got. Anytime I was like, "Hey, I saw a thing you did. It fucking hurt me, destroyed me. It was terrible." And then they just further beat the shit out of you by telling you you're paranoid, crazy, and a fucking monster. Monster. He did tell me, he goes, monster was a common one I heard. I go, me too. So I get it. So yeah, I can't really relate to this song very much because yesterday what I found out from people who reached out to me was that, I mean, at least our first 3 months together were a complete lie. And that sucks. That kind of. Parents Hobby Farm, I can't really relate to this one. Oh, they're saying it's Luke's new song. Oh, that's a new one? All right. Lander says, we could be in a warm embrace listening to this, Aaron. Just saying, no homo. Lost Taya Synthesizer says, Aaron's having a butt fucking tournament. So gay. No, not that kind of cornhole. A different kind of cornhole. Guys, by the way, thank you for knocking everything out so early today. You guys are ahead for Monday. I'm sorry, Rumble Link Friday. I keep thinking today's Friday. But thank you very much for your contributions today. It's been just a great show. Thank you. And thank you for your responses on the recent horseshit that's been thrown our way. Like always, we come out of it smelling like a fucking rose. And the people involved come out of it really getting exposed, so to speak. All right, let's go to this next one. A guy named Pancake got arrested, and that's just the start of it. I don't know how to adequately set this story up for you. A guy named Pancake was arrested by police. They captured the whole thing on body cam. It really is a good look into what addiction and homelessness is maybe doing to the social fabric of this country. Matthew Pancake could be the guy who kind of opens our eyes to all of it. Let's take a look. Oop.
Video tonight showing the moment a man is taken into custody in West Columbus wearing a leopard print onesie and hamsters in his pants.
So Matthew Pancake is sleeping on a bench. He's wearing a leopard onesie And he has hamsters in his pants. In his pantsters. The hamsters in his...
This all happened early this morning off of Hilliard Rome Road near Nike Drive.
Police say the man broke into several businesses, including a pet store, and that's where he got the hamsters. 10 TV's Carl.
Can we please treat animals like guns? Like you have to have some kind of permit or something, or like maybe the clerk can give you a look and go, nah, not selling to him. Can we please get that for animals? Because I don't think Matthew Pancake wearing his leopard onesie should be allowed to just walk out of a store with living, breathing beings. He's got dyed, spray painted red hair. He's wearing a leopard onesie. Name's Pancake. He's really got nowhere to carry the hamsters, and he said he doesn't need a bag. Should I sell to him? Fuck no. Fuck no. Don't give that Pancake guy any hamsters. Cats, fine. They're all over the fucking place. They basically, I was at a pet store the other day. They just kind of keep cats laying around in carriers and cages and shit. And like, do you want one? Fucking take it. God, people really don't want those monsters. And they keep breeding. Why?
Carly Dion is live in West Columbus with this bizarre story. Carly?
Come on, bizarre. What's bizarre about a guy wearing leopard print with dyed hair, sleeping on a bench, buying hamsters and shoving them down his cock? If that's weird, then I'll move because I want to live in America.
Yolanda, Andrew, Petland here behind me is just one of the several businesses the suspect broke into early this morning. Police say they recovered dogs, birds, hamsters, and bunnies during the search for the suspect.
You cannot make this up.
No. It's a chase to track down a suspect that starts at Roosters, where officers received a report of a burglary alarm going off just after 3 a.m.
Wait a minute. So the guy in the cheetah print jammies was committing violent crimes? I don't want to believe that.
The restaurant had been broken into, and surveillance video showed a man with long hair wearing a leopard print onesie inside the restaurant.
Yeah, like I'm not going to tell a crazy homeless guy with animals in his junk how to do his job. But at the same time, if you're going to rob a place and there might be cameras all over, let's not wear something so distinguishable as leopard print.
Looks like they threw a rock through both entryway doors.
About 100 yards away, officers found the Petland store was also broken into. Several animals were spotted running loose in the parking lot.
He was just liberating them. He was trying to free all the strays and the animals that they were going to kill. He's a hero, don't you know?
Here, an officer can be seen capturing the first puppy. About a minute later, another officer grabs a second.
Come here, you're okay. Come here. Come here. You're okay. Come on.
The officer...
So far, this is the most adorable arrest ever. I don't see what the problem is.
Then reunites the puppy with the other one in the back of a cruiser.
Here's your brother, sister, whatever it is.
Cousin, actually, dickhead, but thanks.
Officers then tried to catch the birds.
Oh, no.
I have no idea what to do.
A bird can then be heard biting an officer.
Go in there, fly away.
Officer...
This Matthew Pancake may not be the most stable individual in the world, but goddamn did he provide us with some entertainment.
Then discovered the nearby famous footwear had also been broken into.
Jesus Christ, and he couldn't find anything better to wear than a leopard print onesie? All these different stores you're breaking into? Christ, man, find a shirt.
All while trying to locate a suspect until dispatchers received this 911 call.
So, have you heard about the guy who broke into Petland? Yes. I'm looking right at him. He's asleep on a bench.
Christian Thompson says she was hanging.
Let's be fucking judgmental about it. If you ever broken into 3 stores in one day and liberated a bunch of puppies, you'd be tired too.
Out with several of her friends when they were approached by officers.
Liar. This woman's already a liar. I can see her. She does not have a lot of friends. This story's already bullshit. Matthew Pancake is being framed.
Asking if they'd seen the suspect.
He said leopard print, covered in blood, and a pocket full of gerbils.
As they drove through the parking lot.
It's not where I put my gerbils. Thank you very much. I'm a man. I don't just put gerbils in my pocket. I go the whole 9 yards. Thank you very much.
They spotted the suspect and called 911.
So we knew he was nearby, but we didn't expect him to be like less than 30 feet away.
Thompson and her friends kept a safe distance until police showed up.
Get on your belly, Mr. Pancake.
Once the
That's the single greatest line in the history of police work. It's right up there with "I can't breathe." Get on your stomach, Mr. Pancake. That sounds like something you tell your submissive gay boyfriend before you fuck him in the ass. Get on your stomach, Mr. Pancake.
Be like less than 30 feet away.
Thompson and her friends kept a safe distance until police showed up.
Get on your belly, Mr. Pancake.
Once
her last name was Thompson. She kept her distance. What'd she do when he was subdued on the ground? Shove a knife in his back?
the suspect, identified as Matthew Pancake, was secured, the officers remembered something was missing.
Where are the gerbils?
Where are the gerbils?
Oh, no. Hey, it looks like destiny. That's not a question you want to have to ask if you're a cop, because you've got ideas. Ideas start kicking around as to where the gerbils might be. Come on, man. Where are the gerbils? Fucking shoot me straight. Where are they?
Gerbils.
The cops begin searching his clothes, only to find exactly what they were looking for.
Oh, God, there is a gerbil.
And not just one.
There's multiple gerbils in his pants.
This is the greatest arrest ever. They should almost just let this guy go. A, who knows what kind of diseases he's carrying? B, he's provided so much fucking entertainment. We got to watch cops try to run down birds. We got the line, "Get down on your belly, Mr. Pancake." Here comes the breakfast sausage. No, they didn't say that. Oh my God, there's another gerbil. And then they find gerbils all over in his pants. Cut him loose. He's fine.
They were put in a bag and then returned to Petland.
Yeah, we got the gerbil bandit.
We got the...
He literally had the gerbils in his pants.
Yeah, we got the gerbil bandit. It's not the gerbil bandit, dickhead.
Get on your belly, Mr. Pancake.
It's Mr. Pancake. Get it right. The gerbil bandit is very reductive and disrespectful to this great man. That is, and I'm glad that they gave him the respect of Mr. Pancake.
Get on your belly, Mr. Pancake.
Once the
honey, you had such a horrible day at work today. You had to arrest that guy. That must have been a nightmare having to pull those gerbils out of his pants. Well, honey, you know, in my line of work, where you pull the gerbils from could be a lot worse than out of his pants. Just Casey with $5 says, can someone screen print a tee of a certain OnlyFans for Aaron to wear on Thursdays, you know, in memory of? That's not very nice. That's very nice. Thank you. But no, I'm not going to do that. That would be a dirty move. Ben with $10. This is an interesting point. He says not to give April credit, but she is playing this better than anyone else involved by going dark. You, Keanu, and Nick got in the ring with a master manipulator and all got your asses handed to you. I'll agree to that, but my whole goal was just to confess to what I'm guilty of, talk about what I saw, what I experienced. I thought it would kind of help, you know, get me through all of it, you know, because that whole thing put me in a fucking terrible place. I've never been more miserable in my life than after that. I mean, during that I was miserable, but like until you get away from the people making you miserable, you have no idea. Yeah, this is a really dark time. So yeah, she's probably smarter, but she always has been. I mean, she's always been a step ahead of all of us in a way. I mean, I always dance to the tune. Every time I would always dance to the tune. I would go to her and I would say, this hurt me or this bothered me or whatever. And then I'd jump into the fight when she would say, oh, I didn't do anything. You do this to me and blah, blah, blah. And I would jump into the fight, forgetting that, you know, the optics of it are she's a little cute blonde girl and I'm a big, loud guy. And like, it doesn't matter if your feelings got hurt. It doesn't matter if your head's being fucked with. She always understood that that's how it looks. And I never got that part. I was a big dummy. I was a big dumb guy. But maybe you're right. You might have a good point, but that's not why she did it. She did it because, I don't know, only she knows why she really did it. She says she was tired of the internet making fun of her, but the internet had been making fun of us forever. That's what being on the internet is. A lot of people make fun of you. But I think she just wanted to be there. She didn't want to be here doing this show anymore. She was done with me. You know, just like she was done with the other guy when she came to me. Even though she didn't break up with him or anything. She was moving. She was moving on, and she's like, "Oh, that's his responsibility now. He can." And that's kind of how she left this show. Was she was like, "I'm getting the fuck out of here. You know, you can do with it whatever you want." But then when I would say shit like, I'm just feeling really confident again, I forgot how good I am at this, she would go to like Nick and shit, and she would go, he's saying mean things. Like he's didn't realize after I left how good he is at doing the show. Oh, I'm sorry, I got abandoned and I regained my confidence and I felt good about it. And then he would come to me and go, you know, you can't say things like that. I'm just like, this is fucking insane. Honky says silence is cowardice. Suddenly active on Instagram because she's misreading the simping as genuine affection. She'll go back into hiding when it blows back on her negatively. Well, I think when that body cam comes out, that's going to be a rude awakening for a lot of people. That's why I don't take any of this. I take it in stride so well because I know everything I've said is true. And I know there's going to be a lot of apologies I'm going to be owed a lot of apologies. Once that comes out, I won't get them, but I'll be owed them. She was not built for this shit. It was obvious from the Zumach shit. Yeah, that's a good point. Wants to be a career trophy wife, says Honky. I don't know what's in her heart. I just hope that, I hope she gets away from the things that got her arrested and everything else. Cause that's just, I've thought about that before. I'm like, that world just seems so small and so sad. And maybe it's because all the people that, all the people I've got back in my life now, because there was something that drove a wedge between me and those people and it's gone. And I got to apologize to those people and make good and have all my family and friends back. I kind of, now that I'm outside of it, and maybe that's it, maybe because she's still in that world, me being outside of that world, I now realize how small and sad that is. And like, I understand why you need to self-medicate because you need to trick yourself into thinking that's good and normal and okay. And now that I'm out of it, I'm like, fuck, man, this is great. This is so nice. All these people, these places and things you can go and do. And instead of just being holed up, I like it better. King Kong Dong says, I'm so happy you got out. You owe your token hire from the past an apology. He warned you. Adrian did warn me, and she made up some really nasty. Well, she said it on the show. She made up some nasty shit about her ex-boyfriend. She made up some nastier shit about Adrian. And I'm trying to get in touch with Adrian and apologize to him for that because it was aired on my airwaves. And now I understand why he gave the cease and desist. He's like, look, you fucking keep telling this story, I'm going to prove you wrong. So, yeah. King Kong Dong says she was trying to isolate you. I mean, she wasn't trying. She did. She did. I mean, I didn't talk to my cousin's husband, who was one of, if not my best friends. I didn't talk to him for 3 years. And then Ashley told me yesterday, when I was picking up the kids, she goes, I talked to Randy a year ago, and he said, if Aaron came back right now and said he was sorry, he goes, I'd shake his hand, I'd give him a hug, and we'd hang out like it was yesterday, like it was back then. And, I'm just going to say better late than never. Lander says, you've abandoned the cult, Aaron. I mean, I know you guys like talking about it, and, I guess it's good for me now that I'm in a good place, but I don't think you understand. Like, I really don't want to beat the shit out of people. Like, I really don't want to make people, like, belittle them and make them feel bad. But, like, these people are actively getting people to release things, in my opinion, that I think they have something to do with it, that aren't true and are just, it's sad because it's all just people dodging responsibility for the fucking shit they did. And let me tell you, as someone who's taken responsibility for what I've done, you really do. I know you say if you look this demon in the eye and you look at the things you've done and you confront it like it's going to destroy you or something. It won't. It'll make you feel shitty for a while. But then you do get better. And then you outrun those. You don't outrun those things. You stare them down. You face them. They beat you into the ground for a while emotionally. Yes. You walk around your house sobbing. It's true. But then you get better. You get to the other side. So, I don't know. I'll just continue telling it like it is. A lot of people are going to hate you. When you don't compromise, when you speak the truth, when you talk that shit, you're going to get people who love you and people who hate you. Like I said, genuine article, counterfeit bucks. The old line, tell me when I'm telling lies. Citizen M says you should get a base hot blonde co-host to replace her. Honestly, not one you're dating. It would drive. I'm not trying to drive anybody insane, Citizen M. I just enjoy doing my show. I enjoy telling jokes. And then I enjoy going into the chat with you guys and talking about what you want to talk about sometimes. But, I got knives shoved in my back, and I know I didn't deserve it. And so it's easy for me to take it in stride and take my kids out to the lake yesterday and go out on the boat and just kind of rest comfortably knowing that these people are still playing games. And I'm just standing there going, tell me when I'm telling lies. The Simpcast thoughts are circling the wagons to grift off of her situation while not helping her in any way. See Keanu's faux concern. People, look, man. Friends and family warned you, say Buffalo Jockey. You ignored them for that. That's a bad name. Cry in therapy and move on. All right. Lander says, sometimes you're far too soft, Aaron. They shafted you. It's okay to be angry, and therapy is probably gay. Be a man and shove that shit down and bottle it up like the rest of us. I don't know, but now I don't feel it anymore. So maybe shoving it down and bottling it is not the way to go, because then it kept popping up every once in a while. Like now, unfair, terrible shit is still happening, but like I know where it's coming from and I can see through it. So it doesn't hit the way it used to. Maybe let Ashley and your parents approve of the next gal. Well, yeah, Ashley said that to me yesterday. She's like, she drove a wedge between us. She drove a wedge between that. I mean, I get it. Honky says, ask Daddy Imholt to send some lottery numbers. Oh boy, he has the they live shades. Yeah, I mean, I hate to do this, but Dad was right. You learn that, that happens a lot in life. You don't listen to your dad. You do the prodigal son thing. We're like, fuck you, I'll show you. And that's exactly what I said. Fuck you, I'll show you. And he ended up being right. Bigot on Socialist Media says, can see the therapy has helped. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. All right, we're into overtime. I did want to do that Ben Shapiro thing. I never got the fascination with Ben Shapiro. I'll be very honest. I always thought he was kind of overrated. And he always sort of gave me the creeps. But people love him. They think he's great. And he was in front of Congress. And I get one of the things people like about Ben Shapiro is that, like, when he sits next to a Democrat, like a dumb Democrat, and argues with them, he looks better by comparison. I suppose that's true. So I guess I get that part. But I've always kind of thought of him like his arguments and all the other stuff, like, a lot of the topics he picks and stuff like that are very kind of simple and easy. They're kind of the low-hanging fruit stuff. He's like, oh, there's two genders. Well, two genders is more of a Crowder thing. But he's like, he goes with these topics that are like red meat Republican shit and then just gives the basic takes on them. I've never thought he was like some kind of big-time intellectual. Wow, people... Guys, I just want to say thank you for your support in the chat. I really appreciate it. Some of your stuff, you're supporting me by saying really horrible shit about other people. I can't say I condone that part, but your journey, am I right? This is Ben Shapiro and Representative Swalwell talking about Project 2025, which, by the way, I just learned about today because I do my job. I go out. I take my kids out. I go do things. Today's running errands and doing boxing. And then I come back to prep at night, and then I see what's been going on. I'm not on shit 24 hours a day. Let's check it out.
Thank you for joining us today. I think it is important that you're here as one of the leading conservative voices.
You did not just see that. Oh, God. I just spit. Not like spit, like I spit when I talk. But like literally, like I dribbled. Like a bum. Like a fucking child. I dribbled.
In the country, and the country has, in the last couple of weeks, talked a lot about and Googled Project 2025. It's one of the most Googled search terms right now. And
which means pretty soon they're going to ban the motherfucker. That's what usually are. They haven't been doing as much Hunter Biden laptop, Hillary Clinton email shit this year as they usually do. Is it just too early, or are they too worried about getting rid of Biden? Because, usually like you can't Google certain things because they don't want you to read about it, or you can't talk about certain things are banned on Facebook or Instagram or whatever. I feel like they haven't been doing as much of that this year. They're trying to get their own shit together before they start fucking around with Trump stuff.
And
you're right. No, you're right. This year they're just trying to throw Trump in prison. Like they're going beyond blocking shit in different stories. They're just trying to throw the guy straight into jail.
For me. So I just wanted to know from your perspective, I think it would help us understand on just like a scale of 0 to 100%, how much do you support Project 2025?
I think like President Trump, I haven't looked all that deeply at Project 2025, but it seems that Democrats on this committee, sort of like Peter Pan and Tinkerbell, if they say Project 2025 enough, their presidential candidate becomes alive again.
And so...
See, but that's not an argument. That's kind of my thing with Ben Shapiro is like, he's just kind of a smarmy cunt. And like, smarmy cunt is funny in the moment. It's like, he was a smarmy cunt to Eric Swalwell. But like, at the same time, I feel like it does make us dumber. I feel like I think Ben Shapiro is a step towards idiocracy. Because we look at him as like, oh yeah, he's big brain, smart fella. And then his line is, what are you, like Peter Pan and Tinkerbell? Your candidate's going to die. And everyone's like, yeah, I love you. Isn't he fucking smart and good? It's like, no, that's supposed to be like lack of decorum. That's supposed to be kind of shitty. And we do that in the garage, not in Congress. But the Congress people are being fucking weirdos too. Like, there's Congress people now that are like, oh, no, you didn't. And it's like, oh, God, we're fucked. Like, we've pretty much brought the garage to Congress. This is what happens when you have a whole generation of people go, I want to vote for someone who's just like me. And then you get to find out up close and personal what a piece of shit you are. I don't want to vote for someone who's just like me. They'd be a mess in there. They do one thing one day and then, they'd be like, oh, man, maybe that thing I did yesterday was a little harsh. I don't know. Maybe I didn't go hard enough yesterday on the thing. I want somebody smarter than me.
Well, let's just talk about pieces of it, and I guess you can tell me if you support it. You probably want less bureaucracy, right?
I do.
I want less bureaucracy. You want more efficiency?
I do.
I want more efficiency. You want taxpayer money spent wisely?
I do. Congrats on becoming a Republican.
Yeah.
See, like, all of that's very funny. And by the way, that yarmulke, I feel like it gets bigger every time. I think Ben doesn't think we believe him when he says he's Jewish, and I wish there were a way that we could set him at ease a little bit. Congrats. That's kind of what I was thinking when Swalwell was like, I want this too. I want this too. I was like, oh, kind of sound like a Republican. But that's just it. Like, everybody says, I want less bureaucracy. I want more efficient government. I want this. I want that. Until you like put a bill in front of a Democrat that's like, all right, then you understand to do that, we have to get rid of this, that, and the other thing. And they go, no, I don't want to get rid of anything. And they're like, come on, let's get rid of a bunch of government shit. And they're like, no, that's terrible. That's bad. It'll increase efficiency. They don't, they just have a different idea They all had, they just have a different idea of what efficient government means. Republicans usually mean less of it, although they haven't been very good at that lately. And Democrats usually mean more of it. We'll give Citizen M his say on the previous topic one more time here. Then we're going to move on to your guys' thoughts on the other stuff. Citizen M says, April was pissed you were a stick in the mud for not constantly wanting to do blow. This is all a fuck you for your decision to get help and grow. Maybe. I mean, you could be right. I mean, I've been wrong about, the way people have felt about me, and outsiders have kind of observed and been correct. I will say that I guess it did bother her that I didn't do it, because she kept inviting me in. She's like, come in when we do it and see it's not that bad and do some and this and that. Maybe she was. I think anytime people are doing drugs and someone else isn't, that person makes them nervous. I think it gives them the jitters a little bit. And I certainly, I certainly caught my end of it for raising concern. Kind of like how I was dismissed when they read that Bible verse in church. And I was like, guys, maybe we should talk about what we're doing. Like, should we square this circle? Like, I'm not saying I was ready to leave that day. Although every time there was a fight between two people, April's sitting in our bathroom like, we should just be done with this whole thing. Just be fucking done with the whole thing. And I'm like, okay, that sounds great. Don't you even care about these people? I'm like, it was hard. It was all very, very hard. It gets harder to think about the better off you get, because you go back, you look back at it, and you kind of get more ashamed of it, because you're able to look at it more without wincing. And you're like, all right, let's analyze it. Oh, fuck, that was terrible. But is it a fuck you for me for my decision and me getting help and growing? No, I can't worry about that. I gotta, like I say about other people, you gotta do your own thing. Landers says, no matter what the homos say, Aaron did right. Admitted his part and guilt and learned, we hope, LOL. Yeah, I mean, I got to be held accountable for that too, like my future choices. King Kong Dong says, I'm proud of Aaron. He chose his kids first. No one gets between the kids. Yeah. Tell me when I'm telling lies. Landers says, these politicians, and both sides, mind you, are the dumbest our society has to offer. The fact that we have not dragged these ass clowns out of office is nothing short of shocking. Well, I think Gavin McInnes calls politics Hollywood for ugly people. And these are people who couldn't cut it in the private sector, where you can probably make more money doing other things. They couldn't do those other things, so they had to come to Congress. To quote Donald Trump, they're not sending their best. Landers says, yeah, I bust Aaron's balls constantly, but he truly is a really good dude running a halfway decent show. Wow, that is high praise. Thank you. Packerbacker says, Democrats want government more efficient by giving it all control over everything. Sometimes more is less. Yeah, I think that's accurate. Sam Show says, my sense of efficiency usually involves Ben Shapiro and a shout. Jesus Christ, Sam Show. You almost got me to read that. And now he's laughing at me. Chevy Fan says, play my link. Fuck Ben I think it's Ben Shapiro. I think you spelled it wrong. Chevy Fan called him Ben Shapiro. I don't think that's how you spell it, but I think it's Shapiro. Yeah, here we go. Somebody writes in, candidate just like Aaron. Every year, every American adult gets 1 polycule and 5 grams of undeclared coke, no strings attached. Oh. I can't. Chevy Fan, put your link in the chat again. If you listened to April, you would have been in that arrest. Yeah. Packerbacker, I mean, guys, it's uncomfortable talking about April's social media. I mean, let her kind of do her thing. God works in mysterious ways. Is she implying God introduced her to a coked out, shitty lawyer to make her life better? I don't know. Maybe she does feel that way. What is that? But, if that's how she feels, that's how she feels. West Coast Patriot Girl says, so for her, caring for people is letting them ruin themselves. Boy, you guys love this fucking topic, huh? I suppose. Kenneth Pogue's broken phone with $5 says, why wish the best to her when she lied to Ashley about you abusing her in those text messages? Because it's all part of moving forward and having gratitude for the future. All of that stuff is behind me. Think about it this way, Kenneth Pogue. I could still be involved with that, and my fucking brain would still be getting tortured and beat up on a daily basis. And now it's not. And I get clarity, and that's an amazing thing to have. Chevy fan sent a link. All right, here we go. If Morgan Wallen I don't know. She doesn't have 3 kids. I mean, she got rid of 8 in one fell swoop. It's a fucking record as far as I'm concerned. Oh, man. Thank you, Shut the F Up, Karen, for becoming a member for your 25th month. Tin Man Taylor for 12 months says, check your Facebook. YouTube won't let me send super chats. That's weird. Could be the language you're using. Shut the F Up, Karen says, happy Thursday. Thank you. All right. I will check my Facebook. I will see what lovely things I've been sent. Let's see. Tin Man Taylor sent me something. Come on. There we go. YouTube will not let me super chat. What's the link? Chris Jansen, You, Me, and the River. Boy, I'm going to have to do more editing today. Featuring Eric Church. Well, I'm here for Eric Church. Fast forwarding.
It's been a long week working overtime. That's why I got home early tonight. And when I saw your car, I could smell the trouble.
Okay.
So I turned off my headlights and saw your silhouettes through candlelight. And I went to the shed to get my shovel. Hey buddy, ain't that mess up and muddy?
Did he wait?
This time of year, she takes her what you give her.
Did I?
So tonight I'll lay me down to sleep and pray my soul in a secret to keep between you.
Holy shit!
Me and the river.
He killed her and then buried her by the river? Fuck, that song is hardcore. You guys do not fuck around over here. Oh. Venmo doesn't allow. Well, yeah, they probably don't allow words like that. Oh. Yeah, you probably can't say those things on YouTube super chats and Venmos and things of that nature. Woof. That song was. I didn't know a song like that existed. Usually it's women who get to vent in their songs. Oh, boy. Guys, we do have the link for tickets to the anniversary show up in the chat. If you'd like to grab yours, go ahead. Thank you very much. J. Brock Contrarian says, so maybe Aaron's regretting not taking old OJ up on his offer. No, I'm not regretting that at all. OJ is a nice enough guy, but I think his problem handling skills and mine are different. That's all. DL Hughley is ripping George Clooney and other celebrities for not sticking around Biden. It seems like if you're a lefty person, you really can't win in this whole ordeal. Because, like, if you support Joe Biden and you're like, well, come on, he's our president and we got to get behind him and this and that, then it's like, oh, so you want Trump to be president? Biden looked terrible in the debate. We need to replace him. And then if you say we should replace Biden because he looks like shit, then all of a sudden it's, oh, so you're not loyal and you don't defend him. So I'm not going to lie, I'm enjoying the mess. It's great because this is a mess of their own making. You decided to pick this fossil and then let him run twice. You're kind of getting what you deserve. You get this is as they say, an unforced error. But I mean, yelling at each other and getting mad at each other over. I mean, you got to come to a solution because, like, dude, you're running out of time. You got less than 4 months left to figure this shit out. And what do the presidential polls say? Presidential polls at 538.com. What's the latest today? You've got to be shitting me. A poll that came out today, SoCal Research, On Point Politics. I'm sorry, this is Virginia. This isn't national. Even and Biden +3. Okay, that makes sense. I thought that was a national poll. Here's a national poll. Trump beating Harris, Trump beating Biden. Then there's one that has Harris beating Trump by 2. Another one that has Trump beating Biden by 1, and another one that's got the two of them even. Okay. So it still looks like Biden's not doing very well in the polls. Oh, here's one that has Trump up 7 points on Harris. Yikes. So it's not looking good for Biden, but it's not looking really great for any of his replacements either. So you can forgive people for standing by the guy and just going, let him shoot till he misses. This is DL Hughley because I guess George Clooney went and said, we got to get somebody else. This Biden thing ain't working. We got to kick him to the curb. And it was like the day after George Clooney threw like a $30 million fundraiser for Joe Biden. Oh, is that brutal? Let's see what DL's got to say.
The whole tone of this insulting. I really do. I find it insulting for a couple of reasons. I watched a man get convicted of 34 felonies. I watched a man get adjudicated for sexual battery. I watched a man who got convicted of fraud. And never have I heard this fervor from the media in general about his qualifications to be president. George Clooney never talked about, in that whole article, he didn't mention Project 2025 once. Neither did Stephanopoulos. None of them did. But you're going to tell me how somebody's old?
The polls are showing a downward spiral.
That is not true.
Joe Biden.
That is not true.
Well, it is.
That is not true.
Every poll, DL, is showing that. But
they're virtually where they were. The polls are virtually where they were.
No, they're not.
He's actually, you know what, dude? I look at 538 every day. I got to kind of side with DL on this one. The polls have been going down, but like since the debate did not have a big impact on the polling. The drop for Biden came like around the new year and since. Because the rest of us, the reason the people of America didn't like all of a sudden shift after the debate is because we've been watching Biden be this way for fucking years now. So we've been moving. You guys are the ones who just decided to start acknowledging it. We already knew. We have eyeballs. We can see.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're just not. And you can look at the CBS poll, look at the CNN poll. He is losing in every battleground state now.
Hold aside.
He's been losing in every battleground state, though. He's been losing. I mean, look, they're both right and they're both wrong. But, like, I'm getting kind of tired of this idea that Biden all of a sudden became a retard at the debate. It's bullshit.
The point I'm making is the people who are saying that Joe Biden's mental acuity is just not there anymore are not supporting Donald Trump, at least in the Democratic Party.
Your point is that the mass media tends to be more liberal.
They want to defeat Donald Trump, but they don't.
Is this guy like closet-based? Because he's looking at Harvey and he's going, you're saying the media is liberal. All right.
I think Joe Biden can do it.
Well, okay, maybe they don't think that. But the conversations that they're having are not really the things that will. If Joe Biden is a nominee, I don't know how you buy this back. But if we were having conversations, if as wished for in Project 2025, the Department of Education is disbanded, who does that hurt?
It hurts people who work for the Department of Education. God damn it, it's so hard to explain to these people. You understand that every single state has a Department of Education, and that just because it's the federal Department of Education doesn't mean it's right. Oh my God. It's tough. Like watching debates like this where you're like, they think like if you get rid of the Department of Education, there's going to be no more education. That's not how it works. Let's continue.
If the social safety net is gone, who does that hurt? If environmental rollbacks are taken back, who does that hurt? If women lose the right for their bodily autonomy, who does that hurt? So I will respect people's right to have their vantage point. But for me,
is he trying to say black people? Because he never gives an answer. I feel like he's trying to say black people on that one.
There's a decided difference between somebody being disappointed with the outcome of election and having a disastrous result from it.
Okay, so but in fair, and I don't dislike D.L. Hughley. I actually kind of like D.L. Hughley, but these people, like Harvey Levin said, these people who are against Biden, like Clooney, they're not for Trump. They want a different candidate in there because they want to win. Like, you guys want the same thing, and you're eating each other. You know? Like, you're destroying each other over it. But you want the same thing. I'm sure a lot of people watch it and they go, this is fucking great. This is an awesome disaster that these guys are having. West Coast Patriot Girl says, I don't see DL helping any of those people. But he gives them the gift of laughter. Sam Show says, they all seem to be conveniently quiet on the economy. The one thing we are all pissed about. Well, would you run on this guy's economic record? Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't either. All right, guys, we got to wrap it up for today. Thank you very much. It's been a fun show. God damn, man. 4.5 hours went by quick. You guys hammered out that goal, and I think you're like $30-40 ahead for the next show. Thanks, man. We got Rumble Friday tomorrow. We're going to start out on YouTube. Then we're going to head on over to Rumble and do it that way. $5 links, $10 immediate links. Thank you guys very much for being here and being such a cool audience. You guys make all the difference. We will talk to you again very soon, 6 a.m. tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. It's beautiful out. Go outside.